I'd like to call the consent calendar items for the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, August 8, 2024 to order. Item C1, the Coral Casino Tides Restaurant renovation. Do we have those drawings? Did you have a chance to review this? And do you have any comments, please? Okay, can we see what drawings we've got? Just go, what's a good sheet? 17? Let's just see about PDF 17. Okay, 16.
There, live.
That's not the same page.
Go to the next page. There you go. That's got the changes.
Yeah, okay. So I have reviewed these as well. I think they're fine. I think they're complete at this point, and I'd be ready to approve them as submitted.
Likewise, but I didn't check on that one aspect, and it's not gonna make or break it. Did you lift up the height of that a little more?
The door.
No, the door stayed the same height and the canopy stays the same height as last presented as it was approved. But we have changed the detailing to make it more clear that it's a chrome metal, and also changed the lights to be a chrome metal as well.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
So officially, it's at the full meeting, not us. We'll recommend it.
Mhm.
And then there's a 10-day appeal period, but nobody said anything. So, but you're in the building department, right?
We are.
Okay, so we're good. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, item C2, 750 Ribbon Rock Road. Sam, are you here?
I am here, John. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I reviewed it. I had no comments. Do you have anything? This is a tennis court.
No, I thought, he did a lot. He kind of did a lot of things through our site meeting and has done a great job on everything. So I'm pleased with where we ended up.
Sam, I didn't see, isn't there some stonework on a bridge or underneath the tennis court on the south side?
Yeah, the veneer on the south wall, John, towards the bridge on the bottom side. The bridge isn't moving. It's just a wood bridge, but the veneer is stone on the south side of the
And
terraces.
where's that shown, please?
On one of those elevations, or it should be called out. Let's see if it shows on.
You know,
either
I
of
think I
those.
saw the veneer, but I didn't see that there was anything that really let you or the contractor know what your intent was. Do you agree with that, or am I wrong?
No, I
Have it
think
called
the
out?
intent, yeah, the intent is the veneer is shown on one of our details, and that whole lower section will be stone. The upper wall that's kind of buried by the fence, we're going to put a Boston ivy on it, make it green. So we didn't feel like we needed to spend the money on the upper wall. So yes, the stone is important. I think that really grounds that whole plinth of a tennis court. So it
You
will
have it
be
called
stone.
out. Do you have the material or pattern or anything called out, please?
I think to match the existing stonework on the base of the house, it's more of a random pattern, but I'll make sure that it's correct.
You want to see that or just let it go?
No, I agree with you, and I think it's important for the stature of that property that it's stone and done well, and I think that was my
I
understanding.
think that's
of their
the intent.
intent.
I just didn't think that it was well called out, Sam. That's all
No,
I'm
maybe you
saying.
guys are right. I don't know the detail of that wall. Let me see if I can
So
go.
what about an approval with the material on the sandstone to be reviewed by the planner in consultation with Rob?
Well, and it's on sheet detail AL4. It calls out stone veneer wall cap. So it shows that big wall in the back to have stone veneer on it. So it is shown and detailed to be a
Sandstone,
veneer.
5 points, random.
Random 5 point, but I will make that decision based on other material that's there.
Okay, so we could make that motion where you'll just review that with the planner in consultation and just get it on the drawing so it's all clear, right?
Right.
okay?
And so, yeah, on sheet L5, you can see the elevation shows the veneer on detail H. You can see the way that the bottom base on the right-hand side, the lower side, and also the little small wall that pops out that won't have a vine on it is all stone veneer with cap. But I'm
I'm
fine.
not questioning its location, I'm questioning the material, the
And the
call out of the
detail.
material.
I
Yeah,
understand. So we'll follow up with that.
okay, with the planner, he or she, who is it? She will contact Rob and just get the note on there. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's Veronica. Yep.
Okay, thanks so
Thank you.
much, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, item C3, 1920 Sycamore Canyon Road. Justin, are you with us, please? Okay, I think this is pretty simple. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay. This is that solar panels on Sycamore Canyon Road,
Oh, yeah.
and I was okay with it.
Yeah, it's,
Okay, so approved as submitted.
yes.
Okay. Okay, so anything else before? So we're done for the consent calendar and we'll go from there. I'd like to call the August 8th, 2024 Montecito Board of Architecture Review to order. The first item on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody that'd like to address the board on an item not before the board today, please?
And if you're online, raise your hand, and I'll call on you. No hands raised.
Okay, agenda status report, please.
No changes to today's agenda, but I do understand that we may have to do some agenda management.
Yeah, so you're out, you have a flight.
Yeah.
When? Just give me a
I
time.
need, I need to leave by 3:30.
Okay, very good. We'll see what we can, we'll make that happen. Okay, minutes of the 25th. Any comments, please?
So, I'm sorry, so I did include this in the email. So no minutes for this time. So I drafted the agenda way in advance, and so not anticipating that our meeting last time would be canceled. So we'll have two sets on the next one.
So the 11th will be on the, okay,
Formally to vote, yeah.
okay. Staff, members informational briefing. Anyone go anywhere, do anything, please? Staff update, please.
Nothing from me.
Okay, Montecito consent agenda. Rob and I reviewed it today. We have 3 items. The first is the Coral Casino Tides Restaurant. And they changed the light fixture so it has a little bit more style. They completed the detailing of the roof or the overhang, whatever you want to call that, and made that clear. And so I thought that they did a good job on that. And I'd recommend for approval as submitted. Their motion, and I will move to that.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, item C2. This was the project that Sam Mathis did with the tennis court on Riven Rock down below. And we reviewed that, and we felt that the one item that was not really super cleared out was the stonework on the lower side, what the material is and how it's to be done. Sam thought that he would be able to add that as a item, so I'd like to make a motion for approval with the applicant to clarify the material of the stone with the planner in consultation with Rob Fowler. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed. Item number C3, this was that 1920 Sycamore Canyon Road, the solar panels on the very end of the building, little deck and things like that. So I'd like to recommend approval as submitted, please. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed. Okay, so item, quick. Item C1, item 1.
John, just to be clear, we didn't have any public comment for that last one.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, item 1. So Mark, you're here. Paul? Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, Mark Lloyd, representing the applicant. We have Paul Rubinson of Appleton Partners, Susan Van Atta as our chief landscape architect, Amber Long, who is our historian,
Okay.
and other folks here, depending on what we need to respond to.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, too, I just want to let you know I'll be recusing myself for items 1 and 4.
items 1 and 4, okay.
And I need to recuse from item 5 and 6.
Yeah, I already got you on that. Okay. And so we're gonna figure out, so just, as most of you probably know, we had to cancel last meeting because of quorum issues. Potentially, there's a quorum issue on item 4 today, potentially. So we may have to move some items around a little bit before Tip has to leave. So I just want to let everybody know about that. Okay. So Paul, are you leading this? Mark, who's,
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, unless you have some,
there's a memo on this. Should we take a look?
yes, let's see the latest memo. I haven't seen that.
It came in today or yesterday or something like that. So, and this is, we have a memo. Is this our new David? I liked it better the old way. So basically what he did, Mark, is went through and delineated everything, which, what sheets things are on, and then, let's read it. This is an important enough project. Memo from Henry. Planner memo right there, yeah. Okay, so can you scroll up, please? Okay, so I am not looking forward to this, but I will read it. So down to the beginning of page 2, please. Okay, the applicant has provided a phase 1 historical assessment and phase 2 impact assessment of the proposed alterations and additions to the Biltmore Hotel. As part of the preparation of this document, the historian conducted review of previous historic reports, archival research, and site visit plan view, and updated historic evaluation and consistency analysis. The historian concluded that the Biltmore Hotel is eligible for listing on the California Register of Historical Resources as a historical district under criteria 3 for the architectural design by Reginald Johnson and the Spanish Revival style. It is also eligible as a county landmark under criteria A, C, D, and E. The project was analyzed for consistency with the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation, was found to be consistent with all 10 standards. Buildings R and S are contributors to the Biltmore Hotel Historic District. The historic has made the following recommendations for their relocations. I'm not going to go through that. Those are 2 smaller buildings over near where the proposed pool is, and they want to relocate them, and these are criteria on how to do that. Then the next paragraph, the historian has also made the following general recommendations to ensure historic structures are adequately protected throughout the construction of the proposed project. And again, I don't know that this is as much about us visual as other things. So that's the memo that showed up yesterday. I think was in the box account, might have even been this morning. So, Paul, Mark, Amber, who's leading this charge?
Well, I'll start off. So the project before you is a amended development plan for a number of works, some of which this board has seen in the past. They are generally exterior doors and windows and interior remodels of the bungalow buildings, the 11 bungalow buildings. 2 of them, R and S, are to be relocated. There's also associated with that private yards, fencing, spas, and landscaping with the bungalows. We do have a new proposed banquet storage building. That is replacing some unpermitted steel storage containers. There are 4 of them near the back of the house, so we're taking those out and constructing a new banquet chair and table storage building. It's about 1,000 square feet. We'll also update the employee dining patio or break patio that is right adjacent to that. We also have, as part of this application, a renovation of our second restaurant and the addition of a dining deck that is in the front yard area of the Biltmore, adjacent to the previously approved and under construction La Marina restaurant dining deck. We also have other various conversions of space between guest use and guest services that are happening as interior remodels of a number of rooms. We're relocating the kids facility and minor issues like that. And then we have the new family pool area, or the replacement pool area, as a replacement for the pool area that was taken away in the 22 AMD 003 approval on the Coral Casino, where the pool use by Biltmore guests was precluded as part of that approval. So that's generally a inventory of the various projects that we have. So I think, first of all, I'd like to have Amber speak to the historic issues. With P&D's review, this was the major issue and environmental concern. So
Amber, before you get started, Tip did point out to me that there are minutes, not from the last meeting because it was canceled, but the one before. And
In
just,
March 7 meeting, that was the last time I recall that we reviewed the project.
you have them?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Give them to me. So I'm just going to read them. Is that okay, guys?
yeah, there were basically 5 items in there that we plan on addressing today also.
oh, this is it, yeah.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
just
yeah,
read
right,
this.
right.
Excuse me for being a little bit out of order here. MBAR will not support proposal to enclosure fence the private patios and the bungalows, the detached. Consider reducing number of fenced bungalow patios. Consider varying fencing material and height. One member will not support any green cedar fencing. Remove transoms above the door on building W. Consider replacing with 8-foot doors. Additions of the third door on end of building W negatively affects the structure's symmetry. Restudy. Consider keeping the trellis on the second story of building W. Consider varying the heights and materials of the privacy walls and main buildings. Consider adding additional landscaping to the back gate to provide additional screening to the transformer. One member suggested looking into availability and feasibility of utilizing a decel source for the landscaping. One member suggested that if needed, the applicant can seek an exemption to WELO based on history. With the recommendations provided by MBAR, the board can generally support the changes to the main building, guest rooms, retail spaces, and back of house improvements. Considering removing bungalow renovations, return with full details. Now and that's not about the pool, and it's not about the deck and things like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, so those issues were minutes from the last SCD. And of course, a number of those issues are no longer relative to this hearing.
Yes,
But
I
the ones
agree.
that that will address here today. So with that.
Yes, now
let's
please go ahead.
Amber, give us an overview of the historical resources on the property.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So as the memo from Planning and Development stated, the Biltmore is a historic district per a earlier this year review of the 2001 evaluation. In 2001, it was determined eligible for listing on the California Register, but it was discussed in terms of individual buildings. As we all know, the Biltmore is a collection of buildings, and so any potential changes, upgrades should be analyzed against the standards in the framework of a historic district. So that is what the Phase 1 updated historic assessment provided, was that analysis. So the historic district has 17 contributing buildings. Those are the buildings that were constructed between 1904 and 1937. The majority of them by Reginald Johnson, and one building by Underhill from 1904 that Reginald Johnson then incorporated into his 1927 Biltmore plan. After that, there's an additional 12 buildings that are not contributors to the district, but are within the Biltmore property. As we know, the Biltmore property is eligible because of Reginald Johnson and his designs and his Spanish-style revival designs, which he at that time called sort of a California regional design. We know it today as Spanish Revival design. All of the proposed changes, additions, the new pools have been analyzed against the standards and found to be compatible. I know that there are questions about that. I know that, Mr. Watson, you've provided a letter with some particular questions. I'm happy to continue going over the history of the Biltmore, or if we want to segue into some of the concerns about the project that you posed, I'd be happy to do that as well.
What do you want to do, please?
Well, I would stress that a full programmatic report, historical report was done on the property consistent with all of the relative regulatory schemes and has been found to be consistent with those. So unless there's any questions about that in particular, we believe that the historian reports that have been provided are sufficient for this project to move forward to approval by the Planning Commission.
Okay, members of the board. We usually hear the entire proposal, including things from Paul and maybe from Susan. I'm not sure what if she will or will not contribute. And in essence, what Mark is saying is, can we take the historical issue and try to get that solved or resolved or commented about first, and then come back in and deal with Paul maybe later? I would tend not to want to do that. What I'd rather, I've tried to do that in previous projects once or twice, and I heard about it. So,
If we could take you through this.
yes, please, let's do that.
Scope, and then we'll clarify and call on you as needed.
Okay,
One other issue, Mr. Chair, before Paul gets going, I just wanted to address again some of the comments from the past hearing, particularly on the WELO issues. So with the historic district designation now, we believe that we will be eligible for a WELO exemption on that. But nonetheless, we've already processed with the building department as a conceptual review our WELO plans and calculations, and the indications we've gotten from the building department is those are satisfactory. Also, this historic designation, and we've made an application to the state, and it is going to exempt us from the flood control criteria as to there being a greater than 50% valuation new construction cost, which would then bring in the floodplain elevations, which would cause us to raise every building on the site 6 or 7 feet. So we've also avoided that. So just as a context of those other related departmental reviews. So with that, we can let Paul start off. And in this presentation, we went through a sequence here initially to help you to understand the project. And then from that, our intent is to dive down into it wherever areas you want to do.
oh,
We're going to start with the site plan so we can go through the various aspects of the program and the scope of work. So here, Jesse's going to actually point out with her cursor each of the elements in the program. Item number 1 is renovation of banquet and retail to kitchen and dining with outdoor dining deck. And so that is extending further to the west. Item 2 is interior work, so there's no exterior work on that item. So I'm going to skip to number 3 is alteration to 23 SED 03, the approved pergola. That is actually extending to the northwest corner. And just, we're going to go in more detail on the following pages, but just as an overview, number 4 is a conversion of guest rooms and relocation of Kids for All Seasons to B1. Number 5 is conversion of guest rooms for relocated fitness center to building U. Number 6 is a new banquet storage and employee dining deck renovation. Number 7 is exterior window and door renovation with private deck fencing and pathways at the bungalows. Number 8 is the installation and replacement of private spas, including spa equipment with 6-foot-high wall enclosures, which is in a few areas in the bungalow portion of the property. Number 9 is renovation of guest rooms to allow for conjunctive guest services and guest rooms at Bungalow E. Number 10 is relocate bungalows and that's under a separate CDP. That's the R and S that you were referencing. 11A is replacement of the family pool complex. 11B is conversion of guest rooms to food and beverage service, kitchen and employee lounge. Number 11C is food and beverage service trellis bar with basement below. 11D is the family pool restrooms. Number 12 is a new arbor. 13A is relocation of beverage preparation to existing service bar at the adult pool. 14 is an emergency exit alteration at the back of A1. 15 is to document the existing portable sheds with 120 square foot roof coverage or less. And then 17 is the removal of an Edison power pole and underground overhead wires. And we're going to also add a county standard street light in its place. And so, Jesse, the first one down below, that's the one that's going to get removed and replaced with a light. And then the power is going to come back up the other existing pole down that where she's circling right there. So from there, we'll go through the main buildings.
Well, can you hang on a second?
Sure thing.
Has everybody had a chance independently to review these projects? Robert? You haven't? Okay. Dave? Okay. Okay, so one member has not, so I guess let's do the whole thing.
Right. So yeah, and I think there's some areas that because of the history of previous planning cases, we can move through some of these pretty efficiently, but we'll spend time on the aspects of this project. So on page 6, Jesse, well, this is the area for the dining deck. So we're actually going to be on the next page is a floor plan showing the existing and proposed the extension of the dining deck further to the west. And we'll be using the same materials and detailing from the Bella Vista dining deck. This also shows the emergency exit on the back of A1, which is right there. Then the following page is the corresponding exterior elevations, both existing and proposed. This is showing the area of the modification to the pergola to extend it to the northwest. And then we actually have some updated elevations and details that go along with that. Then at B1, we have the conversion of the rooms for Kids for All Seasons. There's actually some changes to the exterior doors and windows as part of that program. So here we have existing and proposed exterior elevations. This is showing the fitness center at Building U, plans and elevations together. And then at the bungalows, we're going to spend a little bit of time going through some of the updates to that general area on the site plan. So those are the images of the existing conditions of each of the bungalows. So if we pause here for a moment, Jesse. So we're showing the various landscape, spa, hardscape, and fence elements for this area. There are spas shown both existing and proposed. Those areas do require fencing. So by code, we have to provide that. But we've actually responded to the board's feedback under the previous planning case when we were looking at these bungalows and identified areas that didn't require fencing. So we're going to actually use the landscape to create the privacy where needed. But we've actually removed fencing from the areas that don't have spas at bungalows F, G, K, L, and M. We're also keeping some of the existing fencing, which is painted masonry walls at 3 of the other units. We've also brought paths in between some of the bungalows, which was feedback from the board. And we have reduced the fences in that area to create the circulation and sense of openness that was desired there. We've also adjusted some of the pathways so that they are 3 feet or more from the fencing. And then here we have the landscape photos showing that there is a layering of planting at these fences, so that really what you're seeing is the plants and not the fence for the majority of those areas.
And this is comparatively newly installed, correct, in that particular photograph?
There are some existing plants that are remaining, and then we are supplementing new planting with the existing.
But that's current, what you guys have just done.
What that is showing right there is we have taken Bungalow J as a mock-up, both for client approval and for the board's review when we did our site walk. So it is new planting for the purpose of presenting a realistic view of what it's going to look like. Yep. The next series of sheets are very much the same as what we have presented the last time to the board. So I think we can move pretty efficiently through these pages. If there are questions on any of the specific bungalows, we can always come back and answer those questions. But we thought we'd move on to other parts of the program. But this is a series of plans, elevations, and details for each of the bungalows.
And again, there's no changes in these from what you saw in the last SCD, when we removed the bungalows. It's the same stuff. I should also mention, as we're paging through this, that part of our project description is to reduce the guest room count at the Biltmore for the currently approved 192 rooms down to 136. So we're basically going to a program that is larger rooms. It's basically doubling the size of most of the rooms. And of course, with that, you have the consequences of reduced water use, reduced traffic, and just reduce overall intensity on the project site. It's a programmatic redesign to go to a more quality resort rather than one that has the density of the 192 rooms.
We're now on to the back of house section of the set. The following pages show the banquet storage and the employee dining renovations. So this is the photos of the existing conditions, followed by plan view of the proposed banquet and employee dining.
This was also part of a previous set, right?
Actually, it was not. This was new square footage, so it couldn't have been done under a substantial conformity determination, but is under an AMD.
Corresponding elevation, followed by details. So here we want to actually go to a series of renderings that we prepared for the hearing. So right here we did a couple of street views. This is a view from Channel Drive facing the ocean to show an existing image compared to the proposed design.
And Mr. Chair, these views here are focused on policy issues that would deal with public views from a public viewing point to the ocean. And so the intent is with the existing, you can see what's there as far as vegetation and the ocean horizon out there, and then below the proposed. And so it is our opinion that we are not lessening any of the public views from the public view areas to the beach or the ocean. And as you all realize, is you don't see the beach because of the beach wall, but basically the horizon of the ocean far off.
Here, this is a view from Channel Drive looking toward the family pool complex area.
And in the proposed, you can see the existing buildings in the background, but on the right-hand side there, you can see the palapa for the bar palapa, if you will.
Jesse, can we pull up this? Yep, the site section. So, Mr. Chair, this is an exhibit that you had requested, wanting to understand what your view is from the sidewalk at the seawall across the street. So the bottom plan actually shows a point on the left side where you would be standing at the seawall, looking in the direction of the palapa. We have layers of the hedge at the sidewalk across the street, and then you have the family pool complex with the palapa beyond.
So, Mr. Chair, this particular view perspective was taken at where you would have the lowest oblique view to the property. Therefore, this is the viewpoint at which you would see most of the property for whatever you're going to see. And again, this view hinges over the hedge that is proposed at the edge of the pool area. In fact, that's the existing hedge there. And so you get a peek at the top of the palapa. For our analysis and studies on site, when you are at the palapa and that gets filled about a foot or two, guests there would be able to see over that hedge and see that long ocean horizon view from there. So there is some ocean view for guests there, but guests that are at the seawall are not able to see the pool area or people within the pool area.
Renderings. This is showing the extension of the dining deck further to the west, continuing Bella Vista.
Paul, hold on that one. So you can see the red line work and lettering that is on the upper left-hand side. That's the extent of the existing Bella Vista dining deck. And then as the proposed would extend westerly from there.
Here we have a series of image of the family pool area. This is a proposed view looking towards the south. This is another view looking south with the palapa beyond. And this is a proposed view looking towards the north.
Paul, or if you could go back to that last pool slide, and Amber could comment on this, but in the original Biltmore pool over at the Coral Casino, there was actually sand elements to that. There was actually sand on the bottom of the pool, and there were steam pipe heating of that sand. So this sand beach here is an attempt to reintroduce some of those elements from the historical Biltmore. We actually originally proposed to have sand back in the pool, and environmental health has reviews that, and the regulatory scheme under the building code does not allow that, surprisingly, for commercial pools. So we have no sand bottom pools, but we do have sand beaches at places around the pool. Thank you, Jesse.
Susan Van Atta and Jim Hyatt, who have been working with us as part of the landscape team, talk about the landscape design. We've, as you'll see in the set, developed the landscape design, but for this presentation, we focused on development at the family pool area. We've got a series of image boards of the different planting zones around the family pool that we'd like to speak about. And we also have a family pool planting plan. And then with the board's input, we would like to continue to work with them to develop and refine the landscape design. And I think we're going to actually hop over and look at those site photos, and then I think we'll hand things over to Susan, and then you'll speak about the landscape. So this here is actually showing the area. Jesse, are you able to zoom in on the picture in the middle, which actually shows the location that for the family pool complex. The site was a dense collection of eucalyptus trees that were overgrown, branches were falling, damaging adjacent bungalows. Nothing was really growing below their canopies. So it was identified as a hazard to the property. So this was an area that has since been cleared out. So that is the context for our siting of the family pool. And then Jesse, let's actually go to the family pool planting plan. And then Susan, if you'd like to speak about.
I'd like to go back to
Images.
the images that were prepared by Barry Winnick. Yeah, okay. So I guess I'll describe how the landscape team is working together so far, based on my understanding. So I was asked in response to comments from the board that they liked the way the landscape had looked before, and they'd like to see that same look and feel. So since my office and Jim was involved, did the project 20 years ago, they contacted me. And so I'm mentoring this along. And also, I'd like to mention that Stacy was working in our office and worked on the Biltmore with us back at the time. And so as we talked about that briefly, and she said she felt like that would just help her with insights that she might have going forward. And then, so once we got started, I had a meeting in Appleton office, and we were reviewing progress so far and how to move ahead. And I saw that Jim had been involved already in the family pool, yet sort of in an anonymous manner. And so I said, perfect. Let's continue to work together on this. And so and to be honest, I prevailed upon Appleton to bring him forward, and going forward, instead of having his office interpret our work, that we'd work together, because those of you who are, well, designers and especially landscape architects know that if you're working with your own staff, whatever it is that you do gets better every step of the way, rather than maybe losing some details. So that has happened so far. So, but then one thing has changed quite a bit since in the last 20 years, and that is the state requirements for water conserving landscape. So how do we deal with that? But what I thought was really great, because Barry Winnick, I also worked with Barry for quite a long time on both the Coral Casino and the Biltmore. He really captured I think, the look and feel of the previous landscape in these renderings. And if you look at them, you can see that this same landscape could occur with subtropical plants. And you're probably familiar that the city, raise your hand if you're familiar that the city has gotten approval to add plants to their WOCOS list. And they're all very subtropical, and they're the plants that, do look I guess exotic, like queen palms and giant birds of paradise and New Zealand flax and cycads and so forth. And if with the liriopes and things like that, if you look really closely at these images, I think they do capture the feeling that we can truly create, and that Jim and I have started to work on together. So Jim is here to present the plans as prepared under him and with his office. And so take it away, Jim. Oh, you have to press it.
Right, sorry about that. Maybe we could zoom in on the plan a little bit. So one of the things that Susan and I both share in common is we try to create very lush environments using drought tolerant plants. And we do that all the time. It's, and so that's what we've chosen to do here. We're trying to get it back to the look and feel that it was, the original Biltmore, and I think it will do that very well. So we start with an overstory of different palm trees, and then we've worked with below that we've worked with a number of shade trees again, that have that subtropical look. And then we've gone into shrubs and ground cover under that. And so it's kind of self-explanatory there. But it'll be very lushly planted, but drought tolerant as well. And so every plan that we specified, every plant that we specified is drought tolerant. Low water usage on here, except for maybe some of the ones that the city has approved to go into the wool calls list for this area.
If I could add, when we planted the Biltmore 20 years ago, one of the first things we did is it used to be lawn from fore to aft. It went all the way up to the chain link fence along Hill Road. Lawn did, and between the cottages. So back then, we actually did use this kind of plant palette in that area to create separation from the road and create something more interesting to look at from the cottage individual patios. So it has happened previously at the Biltmore.
And we've really tried to tuck in the palapa structure and such so that it doesn't like stick out like a sore thumb. So that'll be kind of surrounded by planting. We have part of the overstory palms or Venus canariensis, king palms, things like that. And we're using a lot of loquat trees. That's the client likes that, has that feeling of the subtropical leaves and everything. So we want to use as much sort of large, luxuriant plant leaves type plants as much as possible. Here, there are going to be a lot of chaise lounges, and we want to create privacy for the areas with the chaise lounges. I do a lot of work with Four Seasons. I think I've done a dozen Four Seasons resorts and things all over the world, and so we just understand the sort of quality that we need to do the landscape needs to achieve for this operator.
I think one thing I asked the teams to do was to prepare image boards of the plants as they're being used together. And moving forward, just as a really easy way to understand that, because the plans, we can't read them from across the room, but these have been prepared to show what Jim has been verbally describing.
So, Mr. Chair, you've seen the highlighting of most of the project. Obviously, the pool area is a major improvement on the Biltmore campus. So again, with the 22 AMD 007 that was approved, that took away the Coral Casino pool use, the Biltmore is now in a situation where it has one pool that is the rather small adult pool, and the kind of marketing and clientele that is going to frequent this luxury resort needs more pool facilities. And within the property, this is the only place that you can pragmatically place this kind of guest service attribute. This is consistent with the previous development plan approval in '98 in that there were multiple pools. This pool location meets all the criteria of the findings that need to be made by the County Planning Commission as for consistency with that development plan. This is technically an amendment application, and that amendment is because the grading quantities that are associated with the pool and other improvements are not at a level where an SCD staff determination can be made. So we had the option of either going to the Planning Commission with an SCD or doing an amendment. And we chose, along with consultations with the staff, to go for the amendment. But generally, all the improvements that you see that are proposed here today are consistent with the existing development plans and could have been done with an SCD with a question as to the earthwork quantities that are part of the guideline thresholds.
That are you done?
Well, with that, we have made this sort of highlighted presentation We are
Members of the board.
ready
need
to
anything more?
drill down into areas that the board may have interest
Everybody
in.
okay with this?
Detail sheets around the family pool. If you want to see those first, we could quickly just move through those.
We are at concept preliminary.
Correct.
That is correct.
So what actually happened on that? We were at concept last time. Through no fault of the applicant, we did not have a meeting. They said, can we have the opportunity for preliminary at the next hearing? And I said, yeah, why not? Doesn't mean they'll get it, but they have the opportunity if they're gonna. So that's where we are.
Well, perhaps not your concern, but we do have concerns about the timing of this project.
I understand that.
Because if we cannot fulfill this entitlement process under the time frame we have, the opening of the Biltmore will be delayed.
Are you done?
We are done up to this point and are opening it up. for
Okay.
any questions or direction as to specific areas you want to go to.
I think we have four separate issues sitting around here. One, historical. Number two, the bungalow area in the back. Number three, the patio on building A1 or whatever you call
Correct.
that. And number four, the pool areas, the pools. I think those are the four primary areas. Yes? Okay, so questions, Tip.
Well, thank you very much for giving a very thorough presentation, Paul. And to address Mark, we definitely want to move you along because we don't want any more delay to the opening of the Four Seasons. Questions. So with that in mind, I have some questions that first to address some of the comments that we had previously. I believe that was the last time at the meeting that you presented the project. So can we go to sheet number 4, which is the site plan? That's it. Thank you. Some of the earlier comments we had was, the top 3 was Ambar will not support proposal for enclosure of fence, private patios for the bungalow units, and related to the fencing material. So my question would be, have you changed any of that, reducing it, or keep it the same, or what has been changed? Because at the last meeting, it was very clear that you show exactly where were all the fences, and right now, I just can't tell.
So in response to the feedback we received from the board, we did omit fencing at areas that don't contain spas at the bungalows F, G, K, L, and M. So 5 of the bungalows.
Can you zoom it in and show to us?
Absolutely. Actually, page 3 is probably a better one, Jesse. Or do you want to go to the bungalow site plan? That's probably the best graphic. So that would be page 17. Yep, perfect. Thank you. So on F, this, we go to that lower corner, right? So we're utilizing landscaping and have omitted the fence in that lower area at G.
And these eliminations that Paul's going to go in detail are intended to be directly responsive to comments that some of the board members made about either reducing the fence height to 42 inches, and in fact, we've chosen just to do away with it in the front entry areas where we don't need these health and safety fencing around the spas. So in basically half of the front yards, we've reduced the fencing entirely or eliminated entirely.
There was also a request by the board for a variation of materials. So in discussing with our client at both G and H, we are leaving some of the existing fencing instead of replacing it. So they're going to be painted masonry to remain. The next one was at bungalow K. So on the right side there, that's going to be accomplished with planting instead of the fence. At L, on the right side there again, and then M, and then there's the lower left-hand corner that we've left open to the public.
And if I was remember correctly, before L&M, you cannot walk through, am I right?
So what we've done is we've restored a pathway between them and opened up, we reduced the fences and we opened up the public views between those buildings. We actually introduced two pathways between K and L and M that were in direct response to feedback from the board.
Again, in direct response.
And the remaining fencing material is still green fence with planting,
Mostly landscaping.
landscaping.
So our intent is to have that fully cladded, encased, enclosed by landscaping. You will see none of that fencing.
Both on the interior and the exterior. Yeah.
And these two photos are our mock-ups. Those are actual photos of what we've done out there.
Yep, I'll get to my next question. Can you go to the sheet that has the revised, the new gym building?
Yes. 13.
I consider this an extremely important project. We have 11 items on the board today. So if we can be very, very tight in our questions and answers, please.
All right. So this is building U that has the fitness center.
Right, and can you zoom into the lower, the middle elevation? That's it.
Yes, you want to focus on the bifold doors.
Yeah, can you, just a question here. I know that you like to completely open it, which I've seen on directly on the floor plan. Is there option to make it a little more traditional to go with the Spanish revival?
I mean, the desire of the client was to create an indoor-outdoor connection to that courtyard, but we've actually studied a series of different options for that elevation.
We are open to direction and recommendations from the board.
Yep.
Okay. Again, as you reiterated, we were looking for a wide open spectrum as people are working out in there for airflow. But if there's a feeling and consensus that we should do something that's more traditional, so be it.
Okay, then can you go to the rendering, looking directly from the Coral Casino at the new up one more, before that one?
Street.
Maybe going down.
It's the one with the palapa in it.
Yeah, that's it. Can you zoom into the proposed one? Okay, so just a question here. When I look at this, the palapa on the right-hand side, and you have a pedestrian walking in the front, what is the scale of that thing?
Well, this is a photo. If you're asking specifically what the height is the palapa gets up to be about 25 feet, I believe.
Yeah, Jesse, if you can go to page 53 of our,
It's
we actually have, I believe, 8 feet to the trellis, and then
It's 23 feet on top of raised grade,
zoom into the.
it's raised about 2 feet in that area. Yes. So
above the street even more so.
yes.
So it's not quite, but it's approaching 30 feet to the very top
Yeah,
of the street.
Right, so, and you're raising the grade at the pool, at that area, by how many feet?
So basically, 70% of the entire pool area is actually in cut. It gets up to about 3 feet on the north end.
I'm just talking about that area, that thing.
And
only.
on the island in the middle of the circular pool, the coping is also down anywhere from 1 to 3 feet. However, there's a spine that goes down through the middle of the island of which this facility sits on, and the finished floor is at 25. The existing grade there is anywhere between 22 to 24. So
So,
it's going up a foot or two, yes.
so the net effect can you go back to the rendering? Because it seemed to me like when I zoom in, the finished grade at the palapa is almost at the top of the hedge. Is that correct?
No. The finished grade is at the top of that brick coping you see on the wall. Jesse, if you can go back to that.
So
rendering.
maybe the rendering is not too accurate?
Well, I wouldn't say the rendering's not too accurate. You have about a 2-foot wall with a brick cap on that wall. The finished pool area is within inches of that.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And then from there, you have the grade go up a couple feet to the palapa area. So it's up a couple more feet from there.
Yeah, so visual from the sidewalk is probably about 30 feet visually.
Well, you have
It's
an
fine.
improvement
I
that
think
is,
I got it. I think I got it.
that is under the 25-foot requirement. However, it's fully up to it. I will grant you that.
Is there a reason why you go with, decide to go with attached hut palapa? How does it relate to the concept of the Spanish revival?
It's,
Well, just a minute. As far as the Spanish revival, I'd like my historian to comment to that. And as far as the aesthetics of the landscape, I'd like my chief landscape architect to respond to that.
Yeah, so in terms of the style of the pool area, the pool, although we are replacing access to the Coral Casino pool, under the standards is a new piece of construction. And the standards say it has to be consistent yet differentiated. So we're choosing the tropical style because we know Reginald Johnson has used it in the past. So it's not in the Spanish revival style, but it is in a compatible style.
I would like to just mention too that the palapa is meant to be part of the landscape, so it responds more to the subtropical landscape rather than architecture, and that's why we want to tuck it in better. It's very intimate, that whole pool area, and we just want it to not stand out as a piece of architecture, but part of the landscape.
Yeah, so which gets to my last, it's, one of the pet peeve project for the supervisor had to do with water conservation. And that's something that we have dealt with for many years in Montecito. And I know that for every appointees on MWA, MPC, that one of the issue that brought up, what can we do to reduce water consumption? And the good news is that we have a lot of water now. We have the drought, but some of us who live here for many years, we know that we'll come back sooner or later. And I do know that the Montecito Planning Commission is very, very, take this issue very seriously. There were many projects in front of the MPC that they cut down the number of pool, spas, and anything had to do with water. And even, if this board bless your project here, I want to ask you, when I look at this, your site plan here, I think that you're adding like probably about 35 spas, something like that, to every bungalows pretty much. You're adding a new pool, you're adding a lazy river. And so everything that was added is all about water, water, and water. So the question is, how do you think you can get through the MPC, even if we support your project?
Well, first of all, you're right in that we are adding some 35 spas to the bungalows. Most of them are rather small. I think there are 2 or 3 of them that are larger. And then we have the 2 pool areas. We have already processed our CWSA letter, certification of water service availability with Montecito Water District on this project. That has been obtained. And we have also, as I mentioned earlier, presented a concept or conceptual WELO package and calcs to the building department, which has been cursorily reviewed. I don't want to say that it's approved because it's not an official building permit yet. And we've gotten feedback that we are meeting the standards that are required there. With our chief landscape architect and others, we are looking at planting there to even reduce water use more. I'm totally conscious of water. I actually was one of the main drivers of bringing state water to this community. And so we know all about state water and all about water conservation. And so we're looking to conserve water to the greatest extent possible.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Rob, questions, please.
Tip touched on one of my questions, but I'll say it really quick, just so is I guess I was just wondering what your folks' thinking was on the palapa. I mean, it's a pretty big structure and as, I guess why not treat that as a Spanish revival building? I was just wondering your thoughts or discussion on that, or,
So if
one
I may
versus the
just
other.
lead into this conversation from a technical standpoint. So we have a floodway on the firm map that basically goes over the right-hand side of the pool coming down Channel Drive. So we have some issues there with new construction buildings have to meet the flood control ordinances for not only their height, but no raise in the flood level. So the Palapa, by purpose of addressing that, is an open-sided building so that it has no floodway restrictions on it. So if we were to go to a more standard Spanish revival classical style, it would have more walls probably to it. It'd be more of an enclosed structure, and we would start bucking up against those other technical issues that we need to meet. And that is as a basis to move forward to a landscape thematic. So Jim and Susan, do you have any comment to that?
No, I think you answered that.
Oh,
but
okay,
if you
great.
Want to, if you have anything to add,
That
but
fits in with the tropical planting of the area.
And
Oh,
if
let
you,
him do
could-
that.
Jesse, if you could show some of the plant image boards, there is a palapa type structure in those images that is softened by the plants. I don't know that.
well, it kind of, I guess it leads into my other question I mean, I've had people talk about the lazy river and,
We have no lazy river.
Okay, so can we try to be as clear, concise, and complete as possible, please? Everybody, please.
so how is that? That's what I understood is that was being defined as how are you defining that? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, I don't control what a public perspective is. It's a circular pool with an island in the middle of it. And if you look at the details of it, it's a series of privately landscaped alcoves and peaceful and tranquil areas. We call it the tranquil pool. I know that there's a move in some aspects of the community. This thing's going to be full of plastic rafts and inner tubes. That is not what's going on here. This is a tranquil area. The lower pool is made for kids. That's where you have the sand. This pool is like 3.5 feet deep. Doesn't even go 4 or 5 feet. That's for the kids. The circular pool, for the scenes that we're trying to communicate here, is more of a tranquil pool. Got private landscape areas, private sand beach areas, and whatnot. Now people can get in it and it will have a flow around it, but it is not a water park. And I will contest that with anyone who claims it to be so. That is not the presentation we are making. I cannot control the public's perspective or its rumor mongering.
Okay. Now I just wanted to hear from you folks as to your thinking on how you were presenting that, because we have to defend any decision we make as well, being on this board.
Indeed, and I would encourage that the landscaping again
Sure.
breaks that up. John, I'm here to make a presentation.
Yes, and now you're answering questions as clearly, concisely, and completely as possible, please.
Thank you.
We're going to be here till 6 or 7 at this rate, please.
So, and then I worked with your team quite a bit and kind of, I think, helped craft a way to kind of navigate through the Wheelo. So at this point, as the previous submittal, has that approach been primarily approved?
We
so
have
far?
submitted that to the building
Okay.
department. It was a condition of our previous approval. And we've had conversations with the building department directly about the WELO calculations and the plant selection.
Okay, no, I think Susan and I are on the same page in terms of, I think there's a way to navigate
There is.
through Wheelo and have a subtropical theme, and I highly encouraged, I thought that was the look that should
There is a way.
be associated with the landscaping
Confirm
here.
that.
So I just wanted to make sure that it was, I guess that it was working. On the spas, around the bungalows, what are they gunite? I mean, they gunite, or they fiberglass, or they?
They're a fiberglass pre-made unit that is dropped in.
All right, to keep things moving, I may have another question. Can I pass on
Dave,
to another?
questions, please. Dave?
Yeah, starting with the historic report, I'm assuming that report addressed the proposed landscape and the pool as well as the buildings?
Yes, it discussed that the tropical styling of the landscape and the pool area meet the term consistent yet differentiated because it's new construction. So under the standards, which is the purview of the analysis I do, it is consistent. It does meet that definition.
The pool as well?
Yes.
And has that report been peer reviewed or is it just your report?
I believe it's in the process of being peer reviewed at this time.
And is regarding the palapa, did you all consider any other styles or profiles that would be less visible than the one you're proposing?
Yes, we did. We did review other styles. In fact, I think we started with a more of a Spanish revival due to the purposes of the flood control, floodway issues that I identified a moment ago. That led us to this other design here.
Speaking more to the roof form and the visibility enclosure.
Mike,
Must have timed out on me. We've actually reviewed a series of different images with the client for the shape. And I would say that this is something that's getting refined as we develop the design. So between now and our next presentation, we're still going to continue to talk about the form and shape of that with our client's input.
And we welcome any input you may have on that.
That's it, John.
back to Rob.
So my only other question was, I noticed some steps and so forth that are on the whole pool area. How did you folks, the ADA compliance aspect of that? Is that, are there ramps and
There are
like
ramps.
that I'm missing? I just saw the steps.
Yeah, there's a whole series of design issues, including clearance from the water surface to the bottom of the
Right.
bridges that go across.
So all the ADA compliance
All
stuff
been-
is
all been
incorporated. Okay.
done.
All right, that was, thank you.
Stacy, questions, please.
I do think too, seeing more of the planting pellets this time and sort of the transition, I think that I have no problem. I think the subtropical does meet the water requirements on a lot of the plants. However, going to more of the historic, going back and reading more on with the historic report, one of the things I kept seeing though is about the alteration of spatial relationships on the site and the campus. How has this design, how is it meeting the same previous spatial relationships in this design as has historically been held on the Biltmore, especially having to do with the hedges and the, what I'm concerned about is the public visual asset of the Biltmore as it becomes more hedged in and privatized from the public view, especially along the frontage, but along the pool as well. How are we meeting kind of the interaction with the public display and that asset? That's a great question. In terms of the phrasing on spatial relationships, the rest of that phrasing is the characteristic spatial relationships of the property. And so in the case of the Biltmore, we have over 100 years of moving buildings around this property. So the spatial relationships are very fluid. And when Alexandra Cole did the initial evaluation, there was a determination at that point that given the new buildings, the moving of buildings, that the spatial relationships themselves were not necessarily a character defining feature of this property. And so when we talk about characteristic spatial relationships from a historic standpoint, that's what we're talking about. So we've got a whole history of moving buildings around the property to accommodate different eras of development. So in that way, if we are changing up some spatial relationships, we're looking at how do those overall spatial relationships, those changes, do we still get a residential feel? That's a character defining element of this property. Are we still able to understand that this is Reginald Johnson, this is, Spanish Revival style, these pieces of it. So that is how the spatial relationships are looked at in the standards, at least as I've presented them, that particular aspect is not character defining because of the whole history of movement. And then to the point about the public views, as we can actually see in the site illustration right now, we've got the existing parking lot that has already been taken away some of the landscape. But where the pool is, we still maintain that rose garden set back in front of the spa. And then on the left-hand side where we're doing the patios, from the public view, the enclosure is glass. So we're not actually seeing much of a change in terms of a vertical view issue. So we are maintaining a amount of lawn, and anything else that's happening on ground level is actually then going to be clear from where the public is standing.
Okay, that takes me to two more questions. How is the pool complex meeting that kind of residential quality and feel at its size, scope, and scale to retain a kind of a residential feel? It's very large. And then two, can we go look at the rendering in front of the Biltmore and the restaurants with the patios? Is this accurate in terms of the planting plan and how it will look, kind of obscuring the building now?
Susan, turn your,
'Cause I
turn.
didn't see that in the current planting plans yet.
Right. Yes, that's something we are going to be working on.
Okay.
But Barry prepared these and I think he was going from memory.
Oh,
Anyway, it did look like this at one point, except that already, these are a little out of date because there won't be all these palm trees. But the lower planting that you see there
mhm.
was like it was previously.
It had lower planting. It did not have large
All these
obscuring
palms everywhere.
planting all along the front.
So
obscuring the
these
buildings.
are, yeah, definitely. And so the decision had been made previously, I think, by the owner that he didn't want all these palms out here.
How about the hedge along Channel Drive that was added? That now kind of obscures it from the public view walking. Yes,
I mean, that hedge has been there for a number of years.
2 years. Yeah,
Yeah, it's grown.
yes, it certainly has.
Yeah, and in fact, there's a whole program letting everything grow and then trim it down as it's been closed since COVID.
Going back to the residential question on the pool complex. Oh, sure, go for it.
Um, honestly, I feel like it, even though there's, it's a big area and there's, the waterway is quite long, I feel like it does have a very residential character in that the spaces are intimate, the walkways are not wide, there's not a lot of pavement in there. The river, not river, but the pool that goes around
Mhm.
is narrow,
Mhm.
narrow-ish. So it's not like big bodies of water and stuff, but it is long, but
wide
the
is the pool?
spaces are intimate. As far as,
What's the greatest width and the most narrow?
I believe the greatest width is under 20 feet.
20 feet.
Yeah, I believe it's 16, 17 at its
Okay.
greatest width.
And a typical swimming pool is 20 by 40?
For a
roughly
residential pool, yes.
residential, yes.
And what's the length on the not river?
It is, I would say it's approximately about 150 feet long.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then can we go in and look at your planting plan here on this scheme? Because it's very different than the rendering. Is it just a single hedge along the edge and all of this is concrete to the hedge? Is
Um,
that all chair lounge space that I'm seeing?
Yes, the areas that you're seeing in white that are either not planted or sand beach are concrete deck areas for lounges and occupation by guests.
No further questions.
Just a quick comment in response to the questions here. Yes, there is some tension about the pool area coming in and more of the site, being more intensive in use, let's say, than what was there before when it was a eucalyptus wasteland or a lawn. We're having to deal with the aspect that we lost the pool across the street just here in the last year. That was a decision that was made by the Board of Supervisors with input from the community. It is what it is. We need to embark on our next century of luxury hotel use at this facility. And having another pool is a critical element of that. This property cannot open without another pool complex area.
Robert, question, please.
My only question is, how does this not a lazy river and landscaping so close to the street coordinate with Reginald Johnson's historic vision?
Right. Just a quick thing. Ralph Stevens, if you could talk about Ralph Stevens. Oh, he was the landscape architect historically. Do you want me to talk about him? Well, he did the courthouse across the street originally. His father, Kenton Stevens, had a nursery which is at the site of Lotus Land today, and very much a horticulturalist, but palm lover. And just, it's actually an amazing palm collection across the street here. But Ralph Stevens was the original landscape architect for the Biltmore. And so I think he really set that theme that we've been talking about today. And I say this because whenever I do a project, I do that kind of research along with, doing things that are appropriate to the environment. I also look to seek those cultural references in the work that I do.
Okay, one
in
more
regards-
question. Why is the palapa roof so steep?
Sorry. That's an element that's actually in discussion with the client right now. We've actually received a handful of different forms for that as we're deciding the layering and the shape. We even looked at one that had more of a rounded top, so that I feel is in development, and we're going to continue to refine until our client is happy with the shape of it.
No more questions.
And then to me, so 4 areas, right? So I'd like to start with the bungalows. Paul and group, I think you did a good job on that. I want to thank you for that. And there may be some tweaks, but I think you're there at this point. The patio area in the front, I don't buy it. I don't buy the fact that that is consistent with the ambiance, the character of the Biltmore, including the photographs that I included in my letter to you, Amber, and the fact there's just casual, and then you get a building rather than high use. Can you comment on that, please?
My comment to that is that adhering to the Secretary of the Interior standards
Yep.
provides the range. So within the range of what is compatible yet differentiated when we have new items, or what is what might impact integrity to the point where it would change the eligibility of any of the property. Having flat work that then has clear glass doesn't provide a visual impact in terms of the standards, in terms of the scope of the historic report. And to that, the standards are supposed to provide for flexibility for, in this case, rehabilitation is continued use, new use, adding more landscaping or pulling that deck back and then edging it with landscaping that is straight versus articulated also does not impact the whole of the property or even the whole of building A1 to a degree that it's going to no longer retain integrity to be a contributor to the district. So in the framework of that, that is where this argument comes in.
Okay, so in essence, what you've just done is present an opinion. Is that correct?
A professional opinion.
Fine, that's fine.
Yes, the Secretary of the Interior
well,
standards are basic on professional opinions and experience.
So what that indicates to me is that it's very possible that alternate opinions could also exist rather than just your particular conclusion. Is that correct?
It's quite common in projects. to
Mark,
have
I'm
a
talking to her, please.
Differentiation of experts.
So
May I speak with her, please?
This is
Thank
my
you.
presentation.
May I speak with her, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
my job is to look at the proposed project. So that's in terms of, the opinion that I'm giving. It's, what has the client provided on their plans? So without a proposed project, it's not, I can't really give any comment. So to that degree, yes, if they proposed something else, it's possible something else could also be consistent with the standards.
Okay, so then on to the historical report itself. I wrote you, I don't know, 2-3 page letter with a number of photographs, which to me includes the character And that's the most important thing to me about this. And my concern has always been that this project is going to beyond the point where it retains the character of the Biltmore that was originally built and has existed for almost 100 years. So we can parse that down into a plant or a patio or something, but doesn't the overall character of the Biltmore become altered, if I could say this, beyond repair based on the cumulative effect of all of these different areas that I raised in my letter? The character, the emotions of the building, the emotional connection to the building, please.
So in terms of historic integrity, we're looking at things like feeling, association, setting, workmanship, materials. So in that we do have feeling, which I think is what you're referring to, character. And we have a framework. Unfortunately, integrity is not sort of a, data-driven mathematical type of determination. It's more subjective based on everything that's going on. So when we look at the fact that we're adding a pool to the edge versus in the center of the property, that has less impact because the center of the property still retains the feel. We've still got the lawn in the center, which is one of the only open places remaining from the original orientation of the property. We've then also got things that shield it from the pool area. So the pool area will be landscaped and shielded. Today's existing public view, you will still see the lawn and that parking lot and then the entryway covering. So that still remains. And so I think we could get down to a particular point and an area, but the changes being made are consistent. So the bungalow changes and the spas and the fencing all retain a particular feeling. The character defining aspects of the property under the standards, to another member's point, the spatial relationships aren't necessarily character defining because so much has changed over time. But we are talking about, retaining the style of doors and windows. We are talking about maintaining particular functions of the property. We are, rather than, demolishing contributing buildings, we are moving them with a very detailed relocation plan that we are providing to the county. And so, again, my purview being the standards and what that character and feeling is, there's a range of things that are possible. And under those standards, the amount of change that's happening here is not enough to deplete integrity so that it's no longer historic.
And just quickly, you suggested that there have been changes over time that have affected the original character of the building. And my question in response to that is, are we now at a tipping point where we have done so many things, the 20s, the 40s, the 70s, the 90s, and now the 2020s, have we now gone beyond the point that we have lost the heart and soul of this building?
Sure.
The original historic building, please.
So the period of significance goes through 1937. So all changes through 1937 are considered part of this
Fine,
character.
fine.
We know in the 50s, they made changes to accommodate sort of the motel use of the property. What we do have here is 17 of 29 buildings that are still historic, that are still considered to retain their integrity as historic buildings. So when we're looking at this district as a whole, more than 50% of these buildings still retain their historic integrity. The standard for rehabilitation does allow for new use. There's different standards. If we were doing the preservation standard, that would be talking about keeping it as it is. If we're talking about restoration, that's bringing it back to a specific year. And that might be what you might be thinking is, are we going to restore this property to 1927? that would have a whole different range of requirements and guidelines. So for rehabilitation, there's flexibility, and the amount of flexibility, depends on, what's being proposed, obviously. And that flexibility is in order to maintain the function of the property, the use of the property. By allowing changes, the property can continue to move forward. So when I'm talking about history of changes, I'm really speaking about moving buildings around the property. Additions, wing demolitions. So we have this entire history of that being how this property's been managed to a point where it is now the story of the property. There's a very romantic feel of the original 1927 association, but over time, that's no longer here. So
And,
what we
and,
have here,
and can we get it back? And are we worsening that?
in order to get that back, the proposed project would have to be a restoration project. It's beyond my purview to make that,
Okay, thank you. I think we need to keep, and Mark, I have something for you. I continue to hear that this is being driven by the Board of Supervisors taking away the coral from the use of this project.
We have lost use of the pool that was
Yes.
use for the Biltmore since it was initially built before it was the hotel.
Okay. In understanding the project before us, this might reveal that that was a terrible decision.
Could be.
And that what this board might recommend is to go back and reestablish that link between the coral and the Biltmore. That is at least an option, yes? And therefore, we don't have to do this? 1 second, let me finish. Isn't that at least an option?
Well, I suppose it's an option. I would suggest you do that in public testimony for the planning commission.
Okay,
I
very,
believe that's your purview here today.
very good, thank you. Number two, you have vehemently rejected the idea of a lazy river as a title, right? And you're saying, no, it's not that use.
As a perspective.
Okay, so the question then is, in that same rejection of that title, you said something about this is small pool areas where people are going to sit and maybe have drinks or talk.
Not quite what I said.
Well, okay. The question is, can that lazy river or whatever it's not called
Bring the site plan back.
be altered so that it's actually a series of small pools that would then be more intimate, more quiet, more in character with a stately environment rather than something that is at least reminiscent of Las Vegas, please.
I think Burt Reynolds or Burt Lancaster did that movie when he went around swimming from neighbor's pool to pool to pool. Remember that from the
Okay.
late 60s? We think that in fact, this is a more condensed development of the area to meet the kind of client services that we're looking to have. We believe that the pool area, and when you look at the total property, this pool area is taken out about what, 1/10 of it? So it's not that large an area. Certainly we've filled it in with a mix of facilities for our guests, for landscaping to buffer that from the public views and whatnot. But yes, someone could have an alternative design perspective on the pool area. Certainly they can.
Okay.
I'm not sure that a series of 8 or 10 pools in there is the answer to that.
Okay, very good, thank you. And Tip, did you want to say something? Last question, and then and then public comment.
I would like to correct Mark's comments that the Board of Supervisors took away the Coral Casino pool from the Four Seasons. I've been a member of the Coral Casino for over 30 years now, and I'm very familiar with the politics behind it. And if I'm correct on that, it was Mr. Warner's decision to split it, not the Board of Supervisors. And actually, a lot of us prefer to go back to the old ways, but that I'm trying to make sure that the Board of Supervisors did not take that away from the Four Seasons.
Okay, very good, thank you. And Tip, did you want to say something? Last question, and then we got them, and then public comment. I would like to correct Mark's comments that the Board of Supervisors took away the Coral Casino pool from the Four Seasons.
The Board of Supervisors adopted it in a revised development plan.
That was
removed-
per Mr. Warner's directive,
It's my understanding there was more to it than that.
because it was always a part of the hotel, as what you mentioned, since.
It always has been part of the hotel.
Always, and actually that was a disappointment when it was separated. And so that is, I want to make sure it correctly reflect what happened.
I think the words and the written approval by the Board of Supervisors is the operative words, and the board had made a decision and put in a condition at the last hearing to remove use from the Biltmore. The fact is that is the condition the Biltmore is operating, would be operating under now. No pool that had been part of the campus for 90 years.
Okay, we got to keep it moving. Rob, thank you.
Just a quick question. Did you folks consider at the pool area and the whole, the river, what a lazy river, whatever you want to call it, about doing more with grade level changes, mounding, undulating, getting more into some of that, moving a lot more earth to kind of create some interesting spaces?
Again, these flood hazard issues are really at play here. You know, I guess you could drop areas more and bring some up correspondingly. But that is what drives a lot of the grading and elevation that's done here.
Or maybe you could build something up and get a peek of the ocean, that kind of thing.
We've got a peek of the ocean.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so thank you all. Public comment, Claire Gotstanker. 3 minutes, Claire. That's what you got, 3 minutes. Go.
Hi, everybody. I think everybody here has known me. And part of my comment here is that I actually worked at the Biltmore when I first came to Montecito. And I've only ever lived in Montecito. And I worked at the Biltmore when I was 60, about 60 years ago, actually, is when I worked there. And I've never lived in any other place other than in Montecito. I've had, you know, I actually own property now, but I find this proposal really rude for me. You know, I think putting the pool right next to the road, you know, and taking all that space, you know, is really rude. I mean, that's a beautiful lawn. It's a beautiful entrance to the Biltmore, you know, a great place. And now we're going to fill it up with a pool, you know, and then the water feature. Why do you need that water feature? What is the purpose of that water feature? You know, and that's mostly what I came to address was those two items, because it really, for me, it's kind of, it's just not needed. You know, I mean, especially the water feature itself. I mean, why does the Biltmore need that water feature? Why don't they move the pool up there? And then that leaves that whole lawn area open and lets you into the hotel as a total. And that really is why I came today, is because I find the pool is really in a horrible place and should be moved. And then the water feature can be redone, put the pool up there, and then it's not right next to the road. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Claire. Doreen, please. Doreen Johnson.
Hi, my name is Doreen Lee Johnson, and I'm the chair, the new chair, a second time actually, of the Montecito Land Use. So I want to thank the MBAR for what you're doing to review this project carefully. We had planned to meet, just for the record, on Tuesday with the Biltmore team to do a presentation for us. But again, it was canceled last minute. So unfortunately, we were not able to review. Our land use is the voice of our community. We sent 1,000 email blasts out to have our community aware. So it is very important that we review these projects as well for our community. Also, I want to thank John Watson for sending us a letter. Unfortunately, the letter was not reviewed by our community, so it has gone into publication that you will be seeing in one of our Montecito Association website and also our land use.
It should also include Amber's,
Okay.
please include Amber's response.
And also just a quick note that we would like to receive plans and all that before our presentation, our next meeting. And hopefully the Biltmore team will meet us again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorian. Anybody else? Anybody online?
No hands currently up. Just make sure to raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item, and I'll call on you.
Anybody in the room, please? Okay, we are an hour and a half in on this project, so important project. Comments? Same order. Tip.
So first of all, I really appreciate the fact that you revised the fencing plan for the cottages. I think that, I wish it'd be a little more open, but I think that's a good compromise. Getting it to be a little more open. And the question here is always for me coming back to the pool complex in front of the building. And once again, I really disagree that the board supervisor took the Coral Casino away from the Four Seasons. That's Mr. Warner's property, and he's the one that elected to do that. And that's fine. That's his property. If he wanted to do that, then he wants to replace it with something else, which, we can support it. But the Coral Casino is a 50-meter pool. And what you're replacing here is like 10 times the pool at the Coral Casino, plus all the spa and 37 hot tubs. So that, to me, is definitely, I think this is a very aggressive proposal. And also, knowing when you have a pool complex that big, you have to fence it off. And when you fence it off, you have to walk around it. So as Claire mentioned, suddenly you lose an area that you can walk through that we do prior to the closing of the Four Seasons. And I'm just still baffled by the number of hot tubs being added to the property, 35 plus whatever he added before. And I can't think of any other hotels around the world I've been to that, well, this size that have that many hot tubs. Maybe you can tell me which one and I can go visit it. But this is right by the ocean, and that amount of things to add to it, I just feel like maybe it's maybe a little too much. There's always a compromise for things. Not every cottage has to have a hot tub, a spa. So it's just, to me, it's probably going a little too far. And then the style of the palapa, the hut. I mean, I do understand that area is in the flood zone. However, we have done many projects in the flood zone that it's not a occupied space, an outdoor space. And it's an outdoor space, you really don't have to raise it above the floodplain, which is your water is below the floodplain. And to raise it that high, which is, I don't have a problem with that. Just the fact that you can see it clearly from Channel Drive, and to see the peak coming out 30 feet high, that to me, that's a little bit too much. It's almost like something you see in Dubai or in Vegas, and not in front of the Four Seasons. So if you can take a look at that and, tone it down a little bit, make it work, I definitely can support it. Same with the water elements. And I know that this is nothing like what Mr. Warner, did at the Montecito Club. But somehow I can't shake the feeling that the pool at the Montecito Club, the zigzag pool and lounge chairs everywhere. And when I look at the planting plan here, you have a little planting in the middle. And your rendering, I'm not sure if they drive. I'm just afraid that when this complex is done, it feels more like the one at the Montecito Club. When you come up, you see a big, beautiful pool looking out, but it's very open. So that's some of the concerns I have, and I like to, find a way to move this project ahead and separate the pool from the rest. So that way you guys can complete it and get the approval you needed. Thank you.
Rob, comments?
I I look at this as private property rights, and you have the right to do that, the lazy river or that whole pool area. I think what I would do is I'd almost like look at it as if the river was always, kind of treat it as if the river was always there, and that you came in and you built this Spanish revival development around it. And so make it sophisticated, make it elegant, make it really nice, and do something so that this perception of a lazy river goes away. I think that's, and I guess I'm not quite seeing that with some of the graphics, some of the renderings. It kind of does go to one of my, actually my one of my final concerns, but I've got others before that, is when I look at your plan graphics, when I scroll, it's kind of like Claude Monet. When I scroll in, the closer I get, the more muddled it gets. So it'd be nice if the plan graphics get a lot more when I scroll in and go in and scroll in close, that I can see the detail. So I think just more of the garden elements, the details, all that just kind of need to be developed and shown on the plan. It's just kind of very vague at this point. And so I think if you can do more of that and make it feel, like I said, maybe the river was there, maybe there's rather than feeling like a lazy river, a lot of times a river has a sense of a beginning, where there's a waterfall and it has a sense of an end. So maybe it's kind of adding those details where you have this more sophisticated Spanish village, I said, feeling, and that the pool and the river is kind of all part of that. And I think in doing that, where you still kind of make the original Biltmore come through. That's kind of, I think, what needs to happen. As far as where you're going with this, I mean, I basically support the project, and I'd like to, and I support the whole, I mean, I think this could be a jewel if you do all those things right. The dining area. As far as the dining area, I think what I'm looking at is that the palm grove there looks like kind of a tropical island in the Pacific. And I think that you can use palms in a very positive effect. You can almost do them in a very formal manner and create kind of like a date palm grove, but do it with, queen palms or something like that. And then that has the net effect of having a more formal flavor on that dining side. And then also that will give you kind of shade and filtered light and could make that area really nice. So I'm not really in support of kind of losing the palms. I just think that they need to be kind of integrated in a more traditional, formal way. And I think that will go hand in hand with making dining a better space. And then the final comment I had was the bungalows. I think I'm struggling with the spas and the portable spas because I feel that it feels cheap. And I feel like this is a chance for, and I don't think you had landscape architects on your team in the beginning. And now that you do, that's kind of a really great opportunity with the bungalow areas to create the whole spas, is to make that feel like, it seems like to me they should almost be like gunite, spas, and have more of a grotto feeling to it and have more stone. I've looked at some of the paving patterns there, and it doesn't feel, well, I feel like if you had 5-sided flagstone and more of that grotto feeling, and then with where you're going with the landscaping, those areas could be really nice and really high end. Right now, they feel kind of a little more cheap than what I think this place deserves. So anyways, those are my comments, and good luck.
Dave, please.
Yeah, so first I want to commend the owner for bringing on the landscape architect design team. I think that was something that was,
Speak up a little, please.
I want to commend the owner for bringing on the landscape design team, because I think that was something that was sorely missed in the last rounds, and I think is the saving grace of this round. Before I could move forward and support the project for preliminary approval, I'd want to see the peer review of the historian report because that is so key to everything we're talking about and what you're hanging your hat on. So that's one comment. As far as the architecture goes, I'm pleased with the architecture. That hasn't been my concern in the past, with the exception of the fences, and I think the removal of the fences really helped with that. I was the one person that was really against the wood fences, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But in general, I think the architecture is going in the right direction. It's really the landscape, and the pool structure, the palapa, in my opinion. I think the historian mentioned that some of the criteria was the feeling, the workmanship, and the materials of the project. And I think what's really falling short, and you probably heard from a couple of other members already, is the green wood fencing, the fiberglass spa, the lazy circular river, and this highly visible palapa structure. They all really lack the elegance and the beauty and the timelessness of that historic Biltmore property. And I know your client wants to create a luxury hotel with amenities, but I think in those areas, you're really falling short. And it's short-sighted not to do that right with a property of this magnitude, and so I really encourage you to work on those and improve that. I think there's a lot of pool structures that could be a flat trellis or some other profile that wouldn't be visible. The way I understand your sections, a lot of what's driving this is being able to see the ocean from the palapa. Otherwise, you could have landscape screening that would completely conceal it from the public. So I'd really ask you to study that element and make it less visible, because right now it seems out of scale for the project, and seems pretty obvious to me it's not compatible with the Biltmore, even if the rationalization is that it should be some other style. So those are my comments.
Stacy, please.
Yeah, it's hard. I appreciate definitely the effort. I know how difficult this is to please everyone, especially this community and to ownership at the same time. And I know there's a huge vision for the Biltmore. And going back to the 1920s and kind of honoring the period with which it was developed to begin with, and relating back to that in some manner. I understand the historian's argument about it has to be differentiated from the original and not try to mimic necessarily, so that we're not creating a false narrative. But I think right now, the pool complex is a whole nother almost fantasy narrative outside of the original 20s. And it's so large in its undertaking. When I look at the original pool on the interior of the structures for the spa area, comparatively in size, it's just enormous. And you're moving two buildings, historic buildings, to another area in order to expand this even larger. I do support the idea of adding a family pool, though. I understand losing the Coral Casino, that there is that need. I could support a pool, certainly, but I think it has to be brought down in the scale and more cohesive, especially with the kind of the site amenity of having to have kind of a residential feeling about it, and less of a park from another place. I also think too, the palapa is just so outside of the vernacular that it would have to definitely not be visible. But you'd have to somehow tie that to a better story to relate it in. And I would love to see in the historic report more of the tropical concepts that they mixed with the Spanish revival originally. I think the front dining area expansion, going back to it seems like you're taking the front of the building outside of kind of the public asset visually. I'd like to see that reduced and to feel a little bit less like little more landscaping integrated into it and possibly reduced in size so it doesn't feel so much like a food court like it does right now. It's a lot of dining and very little landscape associative, and it's not really integrating back into the building. And it just feels, if we're looking at the renderings, that it's obscured. As for the cottages, that's actually the area that I previously worked on a lot. I understand. Those are tight spaces. I am happy to hear that the rooms are getting larger though at the Biltmore. I think that's good in reducing the size and people because they think that'll help things as well. But I think, yes, you already addressed pulling out the fences, kind of opening it up and not privatizing every inch of the resort. So if somebody else is visiting from outside, like, it doesn't feel so off limits in so many ways. Those are my comments.
Robert?
I'm conflicted because I was born and raised in Montecito, and this is such a gem. And so I'm mainly concerned about the historic aspect. And everybody else has said everything they need to, so we know where our concerns are. But I have no problem with the architecture, the cottages, anything. But I'm just worried about that pool that's right near the street. But it's pretty cool. I mean, but this isn't Palm Springs either, so I don't know what to think about it. I'm conflicted. I could support it, I guess, if my fellow landscape architects can help figure it out, but right now I'm not able to.
Okay, one more comment from Rob, please.
What I failed to mention too was, and that kind of goes in what Robert's saying, I see the possibility if you lost a bungalow up there in the north part of that and maybe reduced one of them, that you could spread that whole pool area out and then you could start bringing some, maybe some of the old Biltmore formal gardens, just kind of spread it out some more and open up. And it kind of gives you a chance to bring some of the old Biltmore in the middle. And that kind of goes hand in hand with what I was saying about trying to make it feel more of a village and like it's like it's always been part of the Biltmore. And that's kind of what's missing. It's really kind of shoved in there, and maybe losing a bungalow will kind of help, kind of give you some more room to pull it off the street and do some of those things. So that was it. Thank you.
I think the bottom line here is a project that appears to want to be a modern, contemporary project, but yet still fit within a historical context. These are modern ideas about the way land is used, pushing the boundaries, about the access from private. This used to be a community asset. It's beginning to look more and more like a private club. And the owner has the right to do that. I'm not saying they don't, but that's what I think is potentially here as a loss. And I see everything pushing out towards the boundaries. Doesn't make it all the way, including the patio area. But we are losing this open, gracious, stately, reserved gem, and it's turning into a contemporary hotel. And so I think the problem might be that you're trying to be historical at the same time. I would like to ask you to go back and reconsider whether or not you really want to just walk away from that idea and say, you know what? Private property, we want a modern hotel. We're going to do it in a modern way. Let's just rock and roll. So, or if not, please respect the history, the heart, the ambiance, the view, the character of what's there. And I see it going away. I see this at the tipping point. I can't vote for this project because as it's being proposed. I heard one member that thought they might. Is there anybody else who would consider motion for preliminary approval today? Okay, so I guess not today, Mark. So,
John,
yes, Chip, quick, please.
thank you. So with all complete respect for you all.
Speak up, please.
Sure. Can you hear me any better now?
Okay.
John?
Yes,
Is that better?
louder, as loud as you can.
Fantastic. And I'm sorry I can't be there today. We had some stuff come up, but we have a very tight timeline, as you're aware, and Mark has referenced several times. We appreciate your review. We appreciate your comments. I hope that actually, John, you saw the level of quality that the owner is putting into this project, seeing the model bungalow that he had done, but we need to move forward. So what we would ask you all to do, I hear very clearly, you cannot, as a board, support our concept even, and certainly not approve preliminary approval. So we ask you to go ahead and take a motion to deny the project, and we'll then move forward with that action.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion to deny the project as submitted.
I'll second that. Any further discussion, please? All those members that would like to, the voting for yes means we will be denying this project. All those members in favor of denying this project, please say aye.
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 No.
All those opposed? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. Thank you all.
Right. Thank you all. And again, if any of you would like to come see and talk about the quality that we plan, we'd love to continue that discussion, and
Very good.
appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time today. Thanks.
Thank you, Chip. Item number 2, please, 160 Butterfly Lane. We're only on number 2. That's why I kept trying to. We don't need to have you here before, okay. Yeah, okay. Item number 2, somebody, please.
Yeah, hi, John, Daryl Becker. I'm trying to get the video to connect.
Okay.
Let me see if I can connect here.
Okay, so Daryl, go ahead and clear, concise, and complete, please.
Okay, guys. I Daryl Becker with Becker Studios, representing 160 Butterfly. I'll try to be as quickly as I can, given your prior schedule. This is a residence just north of Lower Butterfly Lane.
Daryl, closer to the mic, please. Speak up.
John, can you hear me?
Louder. Daryl, louder.
Hey, John, can you hear me?
Can you get closer to your mic, please?
Here I am. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, speak up as much as you can, please.
Okay, great. So the scope of the work is a revision to the entry to the residence, including a landscape hardscape plan, new entry wall, a new drive gate, and essentially a landscape project. The front entry issue was precipitated by a dry rot on the entry to the second floor. A study of that and the yard necessitated or proposes that we revise the entry such that we can use the sloping yard in a more usable way. If you'll take me to sheet 6, that's the existing. So you'll see that they essentially graded this site and built the house on it without actually connecting the site to the yard. And so the next proposed, or the site plan is better illustrated on the next sheet, which is 7. This shows that we're leaving the entry alignment similarly, allowing for some parking spaces in the front yard and a turnaround, and then a new entry experience with essentially, let's say, arrival levels or arrival points that also engage the yard, and then also direct you back up to the front door. The elevation of that's on the 9th sheet, PDF 9. That's one page back. I think it's 4.02. Yeah. Correct. So the upper image is the existing and the lower is the proposed. You can see there's a little bit of a large wall at the entryway. However, that would be screened by landscaping, which we'll present in a few minutes. Again, we touched on the driveway being replaced like for like. The front, I'd like you to go back to page 7, which is the site plan again. And pursuant to county road guidelines, you'll notice that we have a walkable path outside of the proposed wall. We're trying to create some separation from the street and put some of the trees that are on site out in the front yard and just create a little bit more buffering from the street with this plan. We also are proposing a trash enclosure area up towards there's a existing parking area, guest parking area up at the north part of the parcel. And we have a trash enclosure area that's going there inside the wall there. With that, I think we can take it over to the landscape plan, and that would be, I believe, the landscape illustration would be the second or third to the last page of our presentation, second to the last page. And we have Derek Eichelberger with Arcadia Studios to take us through that.
That's the planning. We can use that one. Good afternoon, board. So most of our work really occurs adjacent to the new entry stair that Daryl was pointing out, and creating a series of levels to catch up with the back door, which is in the upper northeast corner. We're repaving that area, and it steps down from the house to a small deck area with a spa. Then it steps down again to a lawn terrace with a fire pit gathering area. And you can walk through through that wall onto the lower landing at the front stair. Along the roadway, we're keeping all the existing oaks. There's some pittosporum and podocarpus and stuff that we're going to be taking out. And we have a new driveway and driveway gate that accesses a new motor court. And there's one little, where Daryl pointed out the trash enclosure, there's a series of paths that actually get you back up to the house or to a downstairs room. So we've added a small paving area there.
Derek, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Tip Kung just left the meeting, Kimberly. Now go ahead, please.
Thank you.
And as Daryl said, we're adding new planting, olives at the driveway entry, new 3-trunked king palm adjacent to the stair, going to the front door, which will give that tower some scale. 6 mature olive trees on that rear terrace where the fire pit is, and just general buffering of the front right of way so we can get a little bit more discreet from the road. So all the planting is Mediterranean in character to match the architecture. We've met our wool coasts. We only have 3 plants that are less than low water using, so that's it.
And Derek, you're done, please?
Yeah. Oh, I
Questions?
forgot to point out the bocce ball court that's on the other side of that lawn, to the very east.
Questions, Bill?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Derek, that rectangular shape, that's bocce, not a pool, is that right?
Correct.
Next to the hedge, okay. So you're not adding square footage, right, Daryl? So your FAR 140 is existing, is that right?
That's correct.
Then the last question I have you looked at the idea of doing maybe some open railing with some solid wall as your stairs go up to the entry there to kind of diminish some of the height of that? Did you consider some of that?
Yeah, just outside the front door, we looked at, we actually studied and we dropped some of the lower side rails on the walls. But you're talking about the upper landing area?
Yeah, just to kind of diminish those that tall wall there at the landing. Did you look at the idea of doing some open iron railing there?
We did initially. It doesn't happen anywhere else, so we'd sort of be inventing it in the architecture. We could consider something like that.
All right, that was it. Thanks.
Robert, questions, please?
No questions.
Stacy, questions?
This is to Derek. Derek, did you consider underneath, because I noticed you're using fruiting olives because they're all field grown. Just the biggest concern, and it's actually very pragmatic of me, is that field grown olives are going to drop a lot of olives and onto a lawn below. Not always the greatest combination because they do have a tendency to, especially in the last few years, I don't know if you've noticed, I've had a lot of massive amounts of olive drop. Just maybe switching to like a DG material for the olive court area. That's all.
I think we'd rather switch olives than the surface material.
Or do that, yeah, switch to the fruitless.
Yeah, well, I'll take that. I'll take that. Think about it.
Purely pragmatic.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
That's my only question.
Questions, Dave?
Is there any grading associated with the landscape improvements? Or is it you basically working with the site the way it is?
No, there's grading associated with the landscape improvements. We've got 120 cubic yards of cut and 130 cubic yards of fill. And majority of that happens in that lawn olive bocce area, Dave.
So that you're doing that in order to create a level area there?
Exactly. This house was just cut into a slope, and what we're trying to do is a more gradual entry step up rather than one long stair run. And so this terracing this out helps us with that.
Thanks.
Rob, comments, please. Questions, please.
Yeah, I'm still trying to process some of this stuff, but what could you explain to me the driveway, what's going on there? It's kind of got some angles to it. So when I come into the driveway on the south side, and then it goes way over to the left. Why does the paving go that far way over to the left? I mean, I see is there like one garage stall there or something? What's going on over there?
Correct. There's one garage stall. I think if you go back to sheet 6, it has the existing.
And why are you going further than that, I guess, is what I'm trying to, like the old, there, that driveway.
Yeah, so there was a fountain in the motor court before, and then there was a huge eucalyptus tree.
Yeah, I see that.
That was lifting the foundation. And so what we're doing is we're pulling things away so that the driveway, the staircase entrance to the front door and all of that doesn't happen. We just have kind of a condensed program. So if you go to the next sheet, the proposed, you'll see we can still achieve that program with the parking on the right, but to back out, you can pull in here, you can back out just slightly aside the single car garage, and that allows you to come onto the property, park, and then safely back out and then turn onto the street through the entry wall.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 160 Butterfly Lane, please?
I don't see any hands raised for this one.
We are on for concept. What should we do after this review, please? Bill, comments?
Dave, could you go to the elevations real quick of the stairway there? I forget what sheet that's on.
I
Fine
believe
with
it's on sheet 9.
I'm fine with most everything. The landscape looks fine to me. I think that entry stair north elevation feels like a little massive to me. I know you're trying to screen it with planting and maybe you can espalier something up it or something. My only recommendation would be, and maybe others can talk to this, would be to open up that railing a little bit just to kind of take away that little bit of that massing and that height. And I see you have iron railing as a balcony on the Juliet upstairs. So maybe that same iron could be introduced in that area. That'd be about it. I think the rest of it looks fine though.
Robert, comments?
Well, given the building is already this tall, I think that it's good to go to prelim final. Where are we at right now? Concept?
Concept.
I think you can go to prelim final.
On consent,
Yes.
is that it?
Yes.
Stacy, please. Comments?
I really like the terracing. I think you've made the site far more useful. I understand the driveway and the practicality of moving the cars around. I could definitely support going to prelim. And also to the massing, yes, it could be brought down if you just switched to like an open steel rail. However, it doesn't really bother me as long as the planting was maybe a little bit larger in front. I do miss, though, the charm of the curve on the old staircase, but it's not a condition of my approval.
Dave, comments, please.
I agree both with Bill and Stacy's comments. I would like to see the scale of that new entry wall softens either by lowering it with wrought iron or with landscape. I agree that terrace is a nice way to integrate the project with the site. So I can support it coming back on preliminary. My one comment would be to make sure if your parking is required, that it's outside of the setback and you can achieve that.
Rob, comments, please.
I mostly agree with the other members' comments, although I do think that the motor court would be, I'd like to see some of that maybe more squared off, and that just either create a little bit, what's the paving actually in there? Is it a chip seal or something, or what is the?
Concrete. Yeah, it's
Pardon?
concrete because of the upslope.
So with that said, then it would be nice to kind of, in the motor court, create a little bit more pattern with the way you score it and the way it's laid out. I guess that it's just me, the angles feel a little awkward in there in terms of how you park. And I think that the forms of the motor court could relate to the footprint of the house and maybe work with that. And then I think there's the ability within that to maybe carve out just a little bit more landscaping in that one area, kind of as you're walking up the stairs to the left of the stairs, there's paving there and is that a wall or something? But maybe you can get just a little more landscaping in there. But overall, I support the project and think you folks have done a nice job.
Yeah, I think it's a nice project too. I tend to agree with both Bill and Stacy. If there's a way to figure out how to soften this up, either by lowering that rail or introducing, it's comes down, turns 90, comes down, turns 90, soften that whole entry walk up. Either it'd be ideal in my world to probably have both of those occur, but I think this is an approvable design the way it is. So those are just suggestions, and I think it ought to go prelim final on consent next. Is there anybody else that has any other opinion on that, please?
One quick comment is I thought the entry gates and could maybe be a little bit more sophisticated and have a little bit more interest to them. They're fairly Spartan, but otherwise I supporting the project.
You got all that, Daryl?
I got it.
Okay, thanks so much, guys. We'll see you on
Appreciate it.
consent.
Okay.
Item
thanks.
number 3, Robert, are you here? Did I see you out there? And you had to wait all this time for this little project, huh? Okay, so the floor is yours.
Okay, can we go to the front page? So a little history, we did this project about 10, 12 years ago. It has changed hands. The new owner, we originally built it for a single male. And so the new owner has kids, and he wanted a place where he could hang out with the kids and they could have ping pong and pool tables and that sort of stuff. So we're proposing a cabana. It's inside that bubbled area there. Can you zoom into that? Who's in control? Are you, David? Just zoom into that bubbled area about halfway down the page. Okay.
That's it.
So you can see a little oval pool is proposed. Those olive trees on either side are existing. Then there's a covered patio, then there's a big game room and a bathroom. An outdoor barbecue area. That's an existing sports court that's there. And we can go to the next page. So if you're looking down from the house, you can see from the pictures on the bottom, it's basically a stepped, especially stepped in, it's all has that, I'm not sure what kind of grass it is. Maybe one of you guys could help me out with that. But it's basically all green. You can't see anything. And the concept of the cabana was that he didn't want it to stick out, that he wanted to sort of look over it. So we're going to use the same stone that we use on the walls. It's very boulder-like stone for the walls. And then we're going to put, it's a flat roof with a green roof. So if you go to the next slides, this is the concept. If you can see maybe in the middle or middle left, you can zoom in, that's the view you're going to get from the house. Where you're going to see the boulders continuing down to the cabana, and then the green roof on top. And then we'll put trees along the walls, so you won't be able to see that big wall of stone. And then you can just go to the next. You can go around if you want to look at the different angles of this. The upper left. That's looking from the bocce court, which exists, looking back at the cabana. The other one is looking over the pool. I gotta get the idea. We can just go to the next page. So this is the basic floor plan. You can see the living, outdoor eating, barbecue, game room. There's a bathroom. You can see the flat roofs. Oh, next. And I wish we had a better picture of the stone walls, but that's what the stone looks like. And so all of the exterior will be covered in stone. We're allowing for a 5-inch veneer to get this real boulder-like, not just an inch and a half. And I think that's it. Is there one more slide? Oh yeah, just sections, but yeah, that's it.
Questions, Dave, please.
The size of the cabana meets the requirements? You don't have to count the covered porch as part of the area?
Not on a cabana. You do have to do it on an ADU.
Okay, that's my question.
Stacy, questions?
I am familiar with this property. I have toured the home under the previous owner when it was almost near construction. Just looking at it, just comparatively, architecturally, it seems style-wise, this is quite a bit different, especially like the arches on this. And I do know the stone walls that you're talking about. They're lovely, aren't they? Battered too, up at the top house.
There are some that are battered, but the step walls that are coming down the hillside are not.
So just, I mean, remind me of the style of the main home. Is it
Well, it was,
kind of Moroccan?
yeah, there's several different styles. It was based off of Alhambra
Hmm.
in Spain, which was conquered over thousands of years. And there's Italian, there's Moroccan, there's Muslim. So it's collective. And one of the things we wanted to do was not just make an addition to the house. We wanted to make it look completely different and part of the garden, not just repeat what we've already done. And hoping that if we made it part of the garden, from looking at it above with the green roof, that it would just kind of not stick out when you look down there. It would just blend in.
Rob, questions, please?
How hard is it to, you've got all this nice geometry and everything's kind of nicely squared off and laid out, and then you've got the sports court. How hard is it to kind of to move that, readjust that, to kind of have that conform with the rest of the geometry?
Site plan.
You could go back to the site plan. When you're there, you don't really see it because it's down and there's a retaining wall on the north side of the sports court and there's landscaping between it. There's not a direct relations to the other tree and stuff that's going on there. Yeah. Okay. Well, you more relate to the olive trees and you're looking out down that. No, it sticks out on plan view for sure. I get it. So, okay. Thank you.
Bill, questions?
Yeah, I couldn't read, it's kind of tiny. Was it 16-foot parapet height? That's the
Correct.
highest piece?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that was all. Thanks.
Robert, questions?
No questions.
Robert, it doesn't seem like a romantic building that I would expect to see in stone. Do you have a comment about that, please?
Well, I don't think the drawings are gonna really tell the story because we're dealing with drawings that have been done by a computer, where if you want to zoom into the stonework that is on the second page, these are boulders. So this, at the end of the day, the side of those walls are gonna be ins and outs, ins and outs. It's gonna look more of a ruin than it's gonna look like what SketchUp makes it look like. So, and there's gonna be landscaping around the building. So now you're seeing a whole building that you're just seeing the stone. And once we put the landscaping in front of it, you see pots of the stone through the trees and through the bushes. And we think it will be a nice building.
The arches seem flat.
Well, we go back and forth about the segment arch, where you get to a certain point, if you bring it too far down, it feels like somebody's bending it. There's a certain point, and it's like 1 inch to a foot, where it feels like it's just sitting. And we could study that. There's one thing I noticed while looking at this is the columns look could be a little wider. But we can look at the arch.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 3, 848 Hot Springs Road, please?
No hands to speak.
Okay, so we are on for concept. What do people think? Where should we go next? Dave, please.
Yeah, I think given the size of the lot and the location of it, and the fact that it's not really visible to anyone but your client, I'm fine with it. I'm intrigued with this idea of it being rustic, like a grotto. I'm not seeing that, definitely not from the computer plans. I liked the way you described it much better. So I think it would help us if next time around you show us stuff. Definitely the landscape. Need to see that, how it's going to integrate with the landscape. Just because the drawings aren't expressing what you're saying. But overall, I can support the project.
So it sounds like you want it to come back to the full board. Is that correct?
I think as long as the landscape architect's involved in the consent review, I could go to consent. Yeah, but I think it needs more landscape review for sure.
Stacy, comments, please.
You can't see it. It is a large property. I understand that. There's also another, I know on this property, because it's hard to tell in the drawings, a gigantic natural swimming pool right nearby. That was actually why I was originally there, was to see that. So not sure why we need a second pool, but I think for me, it could come back to consent, but I agree with John and the other board members. It's the arch. Just a little more rustic charm character, because I just feel like the arch right now is neither here nor there, and the chimneys. Just something that kind of just speaks a little bit to the magnificence of the upper house too. But I like the stone. I support that overall, and yes, bring back some more landscaping.
Rob, comments, please.
I agree with Stacy and Dave, so I take their comments and run with it from there.
Bill, please.
Yeah, the only harsh wall that I mean, I understand what you're trying to achieve too, and I think the stone is going to really do it. But that on that south wall there, is there a way to get an opening in that? Could you, or is that a bathroom? Is there a closet there? In the tall 16-foot parapet there is. Yeah, that big tall wall there. Is there a way to get an opening in that? That might help.
Well, we have an opening going into the covered porch.
Right.
Yes, there's a fireplace on that wall, but we could put windows on either side of the
I'm
fireplace.
just thinking maybe it might help just to kind of break up that elevation a little and or maybe the planting on that side.
Yeah, you're just looking into the game room, so yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Might help soften that face. Otherwise, I'm fine with, I could support it.
Robert, please.
I'm gonna leave it to John to comment on the FAR and what's under a roof and what's counted and what's not. But in general, I understand the contrast between this and the main house and the arches are, I don't know, I would just square them off if it were me, but I support the project.
Yeah, I think it's a nice project too. I think that the computer is your enemy on this particular project. And, maybe the porch area is a little smaller than the main building, so you get a shadow line there. Maybe there's something, if there's battering, something to help accentuate that. chances are, if you're using 5-inch and if you've got some big important rocks, it's going to be fine. But, just think about what we're seeing and what it's actually going to be, and then what you actually want. It's ultimately what you and Don want, right? So, and then I think it ought to come back for preliminary, final, and consent unless people want to see it. It's a small little project. Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Item number 4, we are losing 2 members through conflict. So we are down to bare bones here. Okay, and there are 2 comment letters. Is there somebody here that would that wants to address the board, or just the letters? Okay. Is there anybody online? One person. Okay. So, Joaquin, are you the leader here for today?
Yes. Okay, thank you, board.
Floor is yours.
We're ready to go. Thank you, board, for your time and reviewing this project with us. With me today, we have our Bob Rennick, who's our expediter with us working on this project, and Bill Millett is our landscape architect that would address any questions, comments, or concerns that the board might have with this new project. This is a project that's being proposed to you for the first time. It's looking at our cover page there. We have you didn't mention any of the statistics, but I believe the description has the project 500 square feet over from what it is being proposed. It was 6,900 on the description, and the actual proposed square footage is 6,500.
Can you work with the planner from now to get it
Will.
straightened out?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's clear. It's a big difference.
And that has to do with the bonus room, which is taken off.
Correct.
Yes, I read the letters.
Thank you yeah, so I'm glad it's being brought up early too. But it's basically, this is a new home, demolition of an existing single-family residence. We're going to propose a new residence with a detached ADU and a new swimming pool and a new driveway. I do want to address that we have been working with the neighbors. We received those letters. We've been working with the HOA to address the concerns that they have as well. We'll continue to work with them as we continue here. Looking at the site plan, which I believe, actually, do I have the 3rd page, David? It's got the FAR right here. John, this is a great tool to show our relationship with the rest of the neighborhood. Our project is the orange one, identified just in orange because to show the difference. We have worked and reduced the square footage by removing that bonus room, and we are at 106. Our FAR is 106. So all the red ones there represent structures that are over 100. There's a varying, several different sizes over 100 and even some large ones. And then some of the yellow ones are, quite smaller there too. But the square footage that we are proposing, we go to our next page. You can see in that section on the top that just kind of came out of the picture. In proposing our new structure, we're moving the home further south, lower on the property.
South or west?
I'm sorry, west. I'm sorry, yes. We're moving it to the left of the drawing that we see here. It takes it further away from the roadway where you see the little car in the section there, I believe. And it allows us to create the space below. It's almost like a day basement. And we're showing it in that section how it's cutting into that hill. So it'll show in the exterior elevations when we get to it, the roof pitch and all, but we are cutting it into the bank, and you can see the ADU further beyond there as well. I believe the next elevation or the next plan will show. Yeah, here on this one, I think it's important, and again, I have Bob and Bill that can jump in at any time, but you'll see the trees that are represented here in this drawing here. We are impacting several trees, and we can address the mitigation that we're proposing. We don't have a landscape plan just yet. We have the survey that we're working off of. but the home being pushed down the hill and cut into the hill is going to help reduce how close it is to the street that's on the right-hand side. You do see the driveway that's being shown right there, and the trees that are being protected. On that site plan, it's difficult to see right here, but it shows there's a dashed line that it angles out, and that's where the existing home currently sits, and we'll be moving that back. If we go to the next sheet.
No, keep going.
Yeah, we're in the very next one.
No ADU.
Here we go. This is important to show too. We are currently in the process of working with the flood department. We've been working with them, and the only part of our proposal is the ADU that will be located in a portion of the flood zone.
We do not review ADUs. Please leave it out of the presentation.
Okay, so this shows that our structure, our proposed pool and new proposed residence is outside of the flood parameters that are represented here. This map also does show the density of the vegetation. We're pretty much surrounded with a good amount of vegetation, a lot of mature growth trees. And we will be working with Bill and our landscape architect here on the side where you, it would be the bottom side, and I'm sorry, my orientation, the south side of this residence. Next page, please. We'll kind of just shoot through these. You see on this one here, the swimming pool and the pool equipment, the garage, and just the layout of our floor plan. You can go to the next page. This is the floor plan of what's basically a good third of it, actually considerably more, is under and it's creating the basement here. So this is that lower floor plan, if you will, but it is a basement area. Next sheet, please. And again, we could skip over this one.
Good.
Yeah. To note, roof plan here does show that the roof pitch was incorrect. It might show 9 and 12 here, but it's supposed to be showing as 10 and 12. The exterior elevations have always shown the 10 and 12 pitch roof and have been renoted, but I think there's 2 spots here where it shows at 9 and 12, and we'll have that revised for the next time this comes up. And the next page, please. So even though we don't have a plan that shows landscaping, we have just shown some landscaping on here. We will have a non-reflective metal roof that'll be proposed as part of this project. We'll have night sky compliant lighting. It's a true stone veneer that'll be applied on this elevation, and the railing will be a non-reflective railing that's shown here. And if we can go to the last page or the next page, just the other 2 elevations. And then we don't need to see the last one because it's the elevations of the ADU. And I'd like to let Bill or Bob. Yeah.
I'm new to this project actually as of today, so I don't have a lot of input to put into it, except to say that I have been to the site. There is a lot of mature existing landscape at this property which we'll most likely be retaining most of, especially around the perimeter. There's only one house adjacent to it to the south, and it's bordered by road on the, let's see, east and north sides, and then it's open area to the west. There's 4 trees that will be impacted, and 2 of which could potentially be removed, which are, I believe 2 are within the proposed footprint of the new house. So there will be some mitigation for those trees. I think the new landscape will be, clients indicated they want a more natural type of landscape, so it won't be a very formal landscape. It'll be more of a natural type of landscape.
Is that it for your presentation?
Just one quick thing. I have been in touch with all the parties with the letters and HOA and what have you, and we are taking in all their considerations along with all your considerations and formulating a new updated plan.
Is that it? Rob, questions, please.
How wide's the existing driveway?
I believe it's 14-foot wide, Rob, at the narrowest part.
Okay, and why doesn't seem like it's missing kind of a guest, a sense of arrival, place to park? Is that something you folks are open to now that you have a landscape architect? When he's not skiing?
We'll most likely address that in the landscape.
Okay. All right, good.
Is that it?
That's it.
Robert, questions?
No questions.
Stacy, questions?
Neighbors' letters pretty carefully too. Did you ever consider flipping the garage and having it on the other side or pushing it back further than the entry of the house? Because right now, really upon arrival, the garage is so prominent. Wondering if it had been recessed back in the front of the house, the living was brought more forward, if it would maybe have less impact on the neighbor, or if the design was flipped to the other side.
Stacy, we could certainly look at that, but I do believe that the existing garage, the way it's currently configured with the driveway too, is that hasn't moved much from where it is right now. The existing residence, that's, you could see with the dash angled line, that has been pulled back. But again, it's something that could be looked at, but we were using the existing location of that garage because of the driveway.
And I also had the same thought as Rob, where guests parking. Exactly how it's all functioning.
Is that it? I actually did a site visit on this after reading the neighbors' letters. You know, what's the problem here? And so number one, I've never been on that road before. I've lived here for 46 years or something. So there's not a lot of traffic on any of these roads. This is not 192. This is not East Valley. So can the entire house be moved north and away from their neighbor?
I think there's setbacks there.
Yeah, but not that many.
We have a front and a side setback, so I think
You have two fronts, okay, I
or
get
two
it.
fronts, I'm sorry, yes.
So, but the question is, can the entire project be moved north? Just asking a question.
Exclusive of the setbacks, I don't see why it couldn't be.
But you're not, on the northern side, you're not hitting that setback, right?
The garage is up to the setback, but then it tears back away from the setback on that side. Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about
On the north side.
yeah, we are.
Is that
we
red
are up to
line the setback?
That's correct,
Oh, boy, okay.
on the setback.
So the answer to that is no. Do you have sections through the building, east, west?
Not yet.
Okay.
We just have that one site section that's on.
It was represented in one of the letters that the steep roof opened the possibility for other uses besides, okay, so, and it looked though that that little sketch section that you had tall open beam ceilings in that one section. What's your intent on the upper floor between the floor and the ceiling?
Yeah, the area now that's like above the garage or that could be storage mainly, wouldn't be any usable space. There's no, conditionings. It's basically no windows. There's no habitable space up there.
Okay, and what's magical about the roof pitch, please? Why can't it be 4 and 12, 6 and 12?
It's basically the design of, it's like an Eastern design, is East Coast design, just what Bill had mentioned to me.
Yeah, okay. Okay, a public comment. We had 2 letters and we have somebody, is it the same person, please? Okay, so, sir, we have had a long meeting and we're not even a third of the way through the agenda. Would you like to comment or would you like us to read the letters, please?
I have a quick 3-minute comment that I would like to make.
Okay, you're on for 3 minutes.
All right, great. Good afternoon. My name is Ernest Guadiana, and I represent Cameron Gray and Julianne Hyder, who own the neighboring property to the south at 1757 Glen Oaks Drive. My office submitted a letter on July 18th that raised numerous concerns with the proposed project. Now, while we understand that the applicant has submitted revised plans, we note that the revised plans do not change our opposition to the project. In this regard, the revised plans only remove the windows from the garage bonus room and slightly step back the garage roof line. I want to explain the topography of my client's property in relation to 1755 Glen Oaks. 1755 is elevated above my client's property, and as a result, anything above the tree and hedge line that currently exists between the properties can be seen by my client, and vice versa. Any rooms above the hedge line can peer into my client's yard. While I do not plan on discussing all the issues raised in our letter, I want to note some of the most critical issues my clients have with the project. First and foremost, the size and massing of the main residence are completely out of line with the Montecito architectural guidelines and the character of the Glen Oaks community. This house will have the largest roof line of any house in the neighborhood. There's no reason why this roof can't have the slope lowered so that it's not seen from Glen Oaks Drive and the neighboring residences, just as is the case with the current house that the applicant seeks to demolish. My clients will be looking at this roof line from their backyard, and it will interfere with their views of the Santa Ynez Mountains. Additionally, the massing violates the guidelines. The guidelines provide that the mass of a building should be broken up in order to create interplane between various building elements in a manner consistent with its architectural style. The current house does not have such elements. It's rather a big box design seeking to maximize square footage instead of integrating into the surrounding environment. In this regard, we note that the square footage of the main residence also violates the guidelines. The guidelines recommend a maximum of 5,150 square feet on lots 1.5 acre in size, which are lots that are actually bigger than this lot. And this proposed residence, excluding the 1,200-foot ADU, greatly exceeds this maximum number. This house will be almost 3 times the size of the current residence. And coming with this large, bulky house will be the removal of at least 2 magnificent oak trees currently located on the house's patio. Of course, instead of trying to integrate these oaks into the design of the house, the applicant seeks to remove them so that the house can be bigger and boxier. Now, currently, only a small portion of the main residence abuts the southern property line next to my client's property. But with this expanded project, it expands the depth of the residence and additional rooms will be placed near the southern property line. As a result, additional landscape will be needed to ensure that these rooms cannot peer into my client's property. And although I realize that you're not dealing with this, I want to address the ADU. We believe the ADU is too tall. It's being 19 feet instead of above grade instead of the 16 feet. We believe that the height was sought by the applicant since the ADU will be in the flood zone, but we're actually concerned that the architect used the wrong floodplain map and that when using the proper floodplain map, the ADU will be need to be raised even further and the flood and the pool might also be in the floodplain. As a result, we believe that the ADU should be moved closer to the pool to ensure that it's more than 16 feet, that it is not more than 16 feet above the current grade, and thus will not be visible from my client's property, and to ensure that it stays out of the floodplain and does not alter the current course of drainage near San Isidro Creek. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for being so concise. Okay, so this is our first meeting. There is a 2-story element, even though it's an odd lot. And we have typically had story poles. I assume we're going to do this. Is that right with everybody? Okay, so I think we should be brief in our presentation now till we get to the site, and we should go from there. So Rob, comments, please, knowing that we're going to have a site visit.
Can I see the elevations, please? It wasn't that one, was it?
I love the way they show up.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in addition, where's the front? Where,
On the left, on the bottom, and on the right, on the top.
okay, was there another? Okay, yeah. Um, Are we on the side elevations?
He's on the side now.
Okay, can we go, I'm sorry.
He's
Can
in
we-
the front.
Okay. Okay, so, the, so in addition to, I think the entry drive and kind of sense of arrival parking need to be looked at. I think now that you have a landscape architect, you've got kind of some of the pieces in the back in terms of pool and whatnot. If there's more walkways and hardscape, that's gonna be proposed, then please show it. I I think in the front elevation, generally, I like the stone wainscot, but for some reason, on the front area, I prefer almost to see that it be used as the stone as a wainscot and then have the board and bat be kind of higher up and I'm not an architect, but it's just kind of what I'm reacting to. But other than that, and then I'll be anxious to see how this, and I'll definitely, if it blocks views and all that, I will be interested in seeing how we can work with that. So, thank you.
Robert, please, comments.
I feel it's heading in the right direction, but the super steep roof to me would be more like French Normandy or something. I don't think it's necessary for this style. That's it.
Stacy, comments, please.
Some of the questions I was alluding to are going to lead to my comments. Can you hear me better now? Okay, so I think possibly explore moving the garage back so it's not, to give the entry a better sense of arrival. And to take into consideration cars parking, guest parking too, but also to the siding on the lot being pitched above the neighbor who has concerns, the size and massing above them, that maybe if you flip the floor plan in the other direction, see how that might lessen the impact on the neighbor, possibly, just a reversal. But at the same time, exploring pushing the garages back a bit, because they are very forward in this design. But I like overall the architecture. Yes, it's steep, but there is articulation to the planes and it doesn't read as big box. That's it.
I am a native Californian, but I spent my formative years a little north of New York City and all throughout New England. You don't have to have that steep of a roof. I mean, so that's that. I would love to see sections and to really understand how you're building this building. And I want to ask a really simple question. Do you want to come back here before we do a site visit with any possible revisions? Or do you want to take a shot? Now, I don't know what the HOA is, and it's not our job to enforce the HOA rules. But one of the comments was maybe you guys got a little bit quick out of the stirrups to come here this quick. So I would want to see their approval fairly soon before we get too far down the line. So talk to me.
So yeah, our intent was to take their comments, your comments, get their approval, and then come back, see you. And whether the story polls first, I don't know. What do you want to do?
I'd like to review with our team, our full team, and see
Okay.
which direction we want to go with that. but as Bob said, we do plan, we wanted to come with comments to the HOA to try to get their approval to make it easier before we come back to this, to MBAR here. Well, I have the mic, if we can get direction on the story poles, where we would like to see them, maybe that could be discussed as well.
Can we get a site plan, and do you have an operational mic? Do you have a mic? Go along here. And the question is along here. Let's just do those. Let's get that L. So the whole tall roof and then this. Does everybody agree with that? Yeah, because we've been doing those brief things and it pretty much describes what's going on.
John, can you repeat that now that you're better mic'd?
Oh, somebody else would like to address the board?
That was me, Mr. Chair. I was just hoping that you could repeat that now that you're closer to the mic. I could not hear.
The very tallest ridge running north and south, and the ridge running east and west on the garage. Actually, you know what? We should probably go north and south on the garage too, since it's so steep. Right?
Yeah, you did it across.
Okay. So anyway, anything else, gentlemen? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought it was Kimberly that wanted to speak. Oh, okay. Yeah. One more public comment?
Cameron Gray.
Hi, this is Cameron. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. So my wife and I live at 1757. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, our love for the neighborhood, our love for Montecito and Glen Oaks. And the three things that really drove our choice of where to live here is privacy, seclusion, and natural beauty. So I think that the story polls are really going to be helpful for us to have a better sense of exactly what the impact would be on the natural landscape, especially the vista out to the San Ynez Mountains, which is an important part of our enjoyment and how beautiful this general area is. So I'm particularly keen on understanding where the roof line is going to sit relative to the natural canopy of the oak trees that are along the south border. I know that it's not appropriate to talk about the ADU here, but I think understanding or having a guess as to where that top line might be relative to the oak trees in that area would be helpful as well.
We are not permitted to have anything to do with ADUs at a public meeting like this. State
Understood.
law. Okay?
Yep. And then the last component is just to understand the drainage impact. I don't think I've seen much in the way of a workup on the drainage impact as we're proximal to the San Ysidro Creek.
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, sir, make sure you have your name. Get Alejandro Jimenez, his name is, and email address is on the agenda. Make sure your name and email address is on the so-called distribution list. You will not receive another notice from this board or any other part of the county on this project. You have to monitor that on your own from the agenda being sent to you. Okay, do you understand that?
I understand. Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, you guys are good? Item number 5, 1491 Edgecliff. Zach, are you here? Did I see you? Okay.
Howdy.
Is Bill not back with us? It doesn't matter. He's not here. Okay, so Zach, go ahead, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right. So this property has come across the board quite a few times in the last few years. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. But we had some preliminary plans to demo the existing SFD on the property. But we have since segued and are now planning to do a renovation to it. And for those of you who don't know, Edgecliff Lane is, or 1491 Edgecliff Lane is the house immediately west of the path down to Miramar Beach. And it abuts the ocean on the south, and then Edgecliff Lane runs along the north. There's an existing SFD there now, which is kind of what you see in that rendering. There's an existing pool, which we recently constructed. There's also a studio building to the east of the main residence, which is about 700 square feet. And there's also a two-story beach cabana on the ocean. If we kind of zoom in on the FAR here, I mean, again, this product is essentially a cosmetic upgrade. We're adding 60 square feet, but it's just a small closet off of the master bathroom. So we're not really changing much of the architecture on the outside, except for a couple areas, which I'll go over. But again, we're only adding 60 square feet. We did an FAR study for the old project that was, we were much higher than this. So we're definitely in union with the rest of the neighborhood. All right, next page. All right, here's some existing photos of the site. So that top right image is the one from the street, a little bird's eye. If you want to zoom in on that. So kind of existing house has a metal roof. It's clad with hardy siding. It has, I think, vinyl windows and wood doors. And just the proportions are a little off. So our goal is to kind of give it a cosmetic upgrade. We're changing all the windows and doors, changing some openings to make them more proportional. And we're adding a little, or a covered deck above the garage, which you can see there on the bottom right of that image. So next page. So here's the existing site. Actually, keep going here. So existing plans, the garage on top left, studio on top right, and then first floor on bottom left and second floor on bottom right. It's a 3-bedroom, 1 bedroom downstairs and 2 upstairs.
Let's focus in just what it is that you're proposing, please.
Yeah, so here's our site plan. We're proposing a new cobblestone driveway to, you can see that on the northwest side of the building. And then that's pretty much it from a site plan perspective. So next page. So here's the proposed plans. On the right, we have the first floor. The red indicates area remodel. So again, that's all interior stuff. The blue on the top right is the bump out, that 60 square feet for the new closet. And then if you see the kitchen to the north of that, that's kind of there's a balcony there that we're adding off the kitchen, which is visible from the street. On the second floor, it's pretty much the same thing, but in bathrooms at 2 or 3. On the right there, we're adding 2 dormers on the north and south sides because that plate height is like 4 feet there. So I'm gonna get some more height in there. Next page. Zoom out a little bit so you can kind of see. So top is proposed, bottom is existing. So the main elements here are wherever we have a steeped roof, we're replacing the metal with slate. So we're kind of trying to go for like the Cape Cod vibe here. We are doing new windows and doors, as I mentioned, kind of clean up the proportions of how those look. We're adding some decorative moldings around the windows to give it some classic charm. Top left of that, you can see the new dormer that's in the upstairs bathroom. There's columns that wrap around the whole building, and they're currently this odd kind of tapered column, and we're straightening those out and adding some moldings as well to, again, add some more charm. And we are proposing to remove the fascia boards to expose the rafters because the roof feels a little heavy. And then we're adding some decorative shutters to, again, charm it up a bit. And you can see that on the right there, that's the new balcony above the garage. Next page. This elevation is basically the same, just again, adding some window proportionality and the slate roof that you can see. Next. So here's the south elevation that faces the ocean. We're essentially adding a foot of height to all the doors. So they're about 7 feet now, so they will be 8 feet. And those kind of large truss glass windows above, we're proposing to paint black. It's currently white, those members, so the black will kind of hide them more and make it look like a consistent element. And then also there in the middle of the elevation, you can see we're changing the deck railing to be more of like a kind of like a patterned lattice. Next page. Oh, and you can see the second dormer there on the top right. Next page. Here's the last elevation. Again, pretty much the same, just the existing upgrades that I mentioned before. And then I think the last page, we have some perspectives, which you can see kind of the 3D. That's about it.
Is that it? Bill, questions?
140 FAR, it was probably what, 139 maybe before?
This whole neighborhood is well over.
Way over. Okay, that was all. Thanks.
Some like 200% in the neighborhood. So.
Dave, questions, please.
No questions.
Rob.
Is there a landscape plan for being
We
proposed?
actually have a previously approved landscape plan that's already done. So there's no landscaping associated with this permit.
Not required with this
It's
construction?
actually already approved. It's like a whole different
They're
permit.
all under roof and they're not at.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That it?
Yeah, and so, what is the siding there on the lower floor?
It's all painted hardy board, and we're keeping that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Stacy, questions, please.
Questions?
Robert, questions?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 5, 1491 Edgecliff Lane, please?
We do have one hand up. Pamela Nichols.
Pamela, what's up?
Hi, I live at 1491 Bonnie Mead, so I'm just right behind 1491 Edgecliff. I just wanted to clarify, the roof line is not changing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that was my only question.
Thank you, Pamela. Okay, anybody else? Okay, comments. We're on for concept. What should we do with it next? Bill, please, comments, and then what should we do with it, Bill?
Yeah, I like what you're doing. I like all the proposed changes. I think it looks nice. I think they can come back for final and consent.
Preliminary, final, yeah.
Preliminary, final, and consent.
Dave?
Yes, I agree with Bill's comments. It's a nice upgrade of the existing structure.
Rob?
I have nothing to add to that.
Stacy?
I agree with everyone else.
I'm glad they finally got a good architect. Oh, I'm sorry. I agree. So preliminary, final, and consent? Yeah. Oh, did I not ask you?
No, but I agree.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robert. I'm sorry, Robert. It is. Item number 6, please. 500 Meadowwood Lane.
I'm gonna stay up here.
Oh, okay.
So this is a grant from our office who will be presenting this one.
Okay.
All right, so the project, like you mentioned, is at 500 Meadowwood Lane, Montecito. We're proposing to add a new pool cabana, 2 freestanding trellis, and then hardscape and landscaping. And if you zoom in on the FAR, it's a 0.87 acre lot. It's got first and second floor and then an attached garage. And then we're proposing 485 square foot EAB. And so we're under, if you look on the right and the bottom the recommended DAB allowance. We're below that, so we're not interfering with the existing 109% of the house net floor area. So next page. So this is the site as it exists from the survey. Again, just a single family dwelling unit and then existing landscaping. Go next page. So here's photos from the site. It is Spanish colonial style, typical plaster walls. You got clay tile roof, and then painted wood windows and doors. And then it's very, as it is, very screened. You've got high site walls and then hedges around the edges. Next page. So this is our hand sketch site plan. You see at the top right corner there, we have kind of two options for floor plans for the cabana. As I mentioned, 485 square foot. And then looking out from that is the pool area, 45 by 12. And then along the various spots on the site, we have some fountains proposed for nice water features, bocce ball court, and then on the left, the northwest side of the existing houses where the two freestanding trellises are proposed. And then next page. This is more of the same, just a hardline copy of the site plan. Like I said, more of the same things with notations. The next page. So this is an enlarged plan of the trellis areas and barbecue. So we have one trellis off the side of the family room, the west side, and then another one on the north side of the family room. The north side is being used more for like the outdoor dining for the barbecue, as well as like a collection point from the pool. You're out there barbecuing, you can have some family and friends. Then next page. Here is the elevations of the cabana. You can see kind of the water features we have there to the left on the entry elevation. Fountain with the pool. You have a proposed trellis that is attached for support and also giving you some shading for some pool chairs out there. So our height, our max height there shows 13'2", which is well below the recommended. And then all the features, the plaster walls, the clay tile roof, painted wood doors and windows is all to match the existing residence. So next page. We have some elevations of the trellises behind the existing elevations of the building. More of the same, plaster columns, painted wood, beams, and then covered roof over these trellises. And then next page. We've got a couple options for the barbecue. Standard, you've got a grill, under counter fridge, a little bit of storage, and then a sink area. We weren't too sure exactly what direction to go here, so we've included options for a plaster to match the existing house, as well as like a tile for that second option, like a nice Spanish tile. And then the next page, we included some preliminary details for ideas of the construction of the trellis columns. And then that's pretty much it.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Question, Stacy.
There's going to be a landscape plan in the next rendition?
I'm not sure about the next revision. I know we have the preliminary or conceptual landscaping on there, so we'd be working together with a landscape architect for that.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that it? Dave, questions, please?
Do you have the location of the pool equipment?
Oh, zoom in at the top right. Repeat your question for me.
The location of the pool equipment.
Oh, pool equipment down to on the east side of the building, of the existing structure where it says storage and the new pool equipment.
Thank you.
Robert, questions, please?
Why not just use solid posts for those columns?
I think we just wanted to do steel tubing and then clad it and then put the plaster.
Oh, I got you.
Mhm.
Okay, no more questions.
Rob, questions, please?
I would kind of iterate what Stacy said. I think your plan view graphic is nice, but I can tell that a landscape architect would kind of upgrade it or fine tune where you went with it. But I do like your plan, your hand-drawn plan view, so.
Bill, comments, questions,
Can you
please?
go back to the site plan, the hard line version of it? That one there. So, I guess accessories are okay in setback, right? We can go,
Well,
I mean, everything's in the setback there, the pool,
yeah,
fountain water feature, the cabana.
Can I comment on that?
yes, please.
So we submitted this kind of a while back and had done some more research, but that's actually the side setback. So it should in effect be 10. And then we're a corner lot backing on a key lot. So our east, we can reduce the rear setback to 10 as well, because that's what the side setback is for the key lot. So both those should be 10. So it's
And-
completely out of the setback.
And, oh, it is. Okay, so your 10-foot line I don't see on there, because is that setback line like 25 or 35 you're showing there on the dashed line?
That should be 10.
Okay. All right. And what, so that's a large hedge kind of running across there between the neighbor and the new structure. Is there a wall there of any sort, or where's the neighbor exist on that side too? Are they? Should we do a Google Earth
Google
real
Earth.
quick? Yeah,
That's actually, the neighbor's pretty far away.
are they? Hedge is existing. Is there a site wall there too? You know, between the properties, or just a chain link and hedge?
Yeah, I mean, I think the entire property has like a 6-foot plaster wall that runs.
Does it? See what Google Earth shows us here.
I see the project. It's over there.
It's
on the
right
left.
there.
Next to Texas.
It's right there. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there's a little,
Tiny little
dot.
marker. Going a little closer there, Dave.
well, this is off of Sycamore Canyon. And more of a vertical view, I think.
Or
Because
just
they're
give us
up
a little spin
above.
around there. Kind of in that back right corner there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where the big trees, looks like a
Yeah.
pretty sizable
Next to
hedge
that,
there.
I think that's that, I don't even, like,
And the house, the end of the house on the other house is,
so we can see the hedge there.
Is the tree existing in the motor court there, by the way?
Yes.
And that all works? You have the room to navigate?
can you zoom into that corner there, Dave, a bit more too?
Yes.
Big, yeah.
Well, that was my question anyway. I'm done with
Okay, are
questions.
you done?
Yeah.
If I were to say that I think this noise generating activity is way too close to the neighbor to the north, what would your comment be? Do you have any alternatives, please? In terms of site planning?
As it exists or for revision?
Well, you're proposing something. Do you have any, if I said that I would not be able to vote for it because there's this noise, it may be legally within the setbacks, but you know, we're trying, the reason it's a discretionary board, not a ministerial board, is that we try to look at stuff like that, or we do look at stuff like that. And if I were to say that it was too close, this noise generating activity is too close to your neighbor to your north, what would your comment back, please? Back to me, be, please.
I would say the existing hedges are large, and then you also have a wall there. So sound traveling back and forth is going to be kind of broken up by the large existing hedge and the existing site wall.
Okay, thank you. Public comment, somebody like to address the board on item number 6, 500 Meadowwood Lane?
No requests.
Okay, so we are on for concept today. Yes, Stacy, comments?
I, I like the design, honestly. I think it's actually pretty restrained, on the site. Not a huge pool. Very familiar with the siting of it. I would like to see a landscape plan in the next iteration, but I would support it moving on to preliminary and final.
Dave, comments, please. Robert? Robert?
It looks good to me. I think it could come back for prelim final, frankly. They get their, seems like they already have most of the plans done.
Rob? I'm sorry, did you finish? Rob, please.
I agree with the rest of the board, but I think that some of the shapes and forms, I think, will change to some degree. When you get a landscape architect on board, there may be some other opportunities that they present that I think need to be a big part of this, but I would support kind of looking at that on consent if need be.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, as John, I think, is concerned too about the proximity to the neighbor there. If there's a site wall there, that'd be great. That would pretty much be sufficient for my thoughts there. And it looks like you've got there's a fountain element too that maybe waterfalls. I think that's what that long runnel piece is. So that maybe creates a little bit of a barrier too. So I think with considering those items there and the large hedging, I could approve it as submitted. So come back for preliminary and final on consent.
Unlike normal action where the board agrees, I am going to vote against this project based on its location to the setbacks. If it comes back like this, I think that there are alternate site locations, I think I think it's the family room and Sycamore Canyon Road. And then I think also down in the lower left-hand corner, there's a place for it. But it sounds like the rest of the board disagrees with me.
I think you're onto something.
So anyway, we're trying to keep noise from one neighbor to the next, and that other neighbor, right or wrong, good or bad, they're close. Now, maybe they made their own bed, if I can make it, but they're awfully close. So if it comes back like this, I'm just telling you, I'm going to vote against it. So I would encourage you to look for something else, but it also sounds like the rest of the board's okay with it.
If it meets the zoning ordinance, though, can we really?
That's what is called discretionary review, not ministerial.
I think it's one of these situations that if you just did a real rough hand-drawn sketch concept and studied the pool in one other location and brought it back, that it might change John's mind. It might be very clear that you've got the pool in the best spot, or it may open up your mind that there's actually a better way to do it.
Thank you. Anything else? Last comments?
I would like to see a little more documentation. I know if you do have a site wall there, that'd be great to see that in a photo, or maybe you can photo document or cut a section or something there.
Zach, did you want to say something? Okay.
No, I mean, I feel like when you guys were looking at the Google Earth at an angle, it was a little misleading about how close that building is, because it's actually quite far away from the setback. And, the other places for the pool kind of negate the location of the trellises, which is a huge thing for the client. And we don't really want to do it in the front yard either. We're already pretty close to the the building back there, so can't really move it southward. And I mean, it's such a modest, tiny building. I would hope that you would reconsider, John.
You don't need a unanimous vote.
Do you want to see this on standard or consent?
Let them come back and prove me wrong. How's that? Okay?
Standard.
Standard agenda.
Correct.
What?
On standard.
Yeah, full board. Okay, item number 7, thank you, gentlemen. 306 Meadowbrook Drive. Nicholas, are you here or somebody else?
Yeah, hi. Nicholas here.
Okay, so this is the first time we've seen you.
Correct.
Please go ahead.
So I realize what we've sent in is quite simple and diagrammatic. There's 2 PDFs here. One are some drawings, and another is mostly site images and some FAR comparisons. We wanted to come very early on because we kind of have some big picture questions and maybe want to get some direction on that in terms of how we're interpreting it. And also given the neighborhood. The 2 main things are kind of the FAR, which, as you can see, we've proposed something well above the 100%, but in our study of the neighborhood, it's actually quite comparable with at least 3 other neighboring lots, reaching above 175% up to 190. And I think this number we're looking at here is inaccurate. This was a gross number instead of a net there, including what we'd drawn on the exterior walls. So it's actually 175. I'm not sure why that was an older document, but nevertheless, so there's those 2 things. If you can click through, we have some, there's the site, there's a few parameters that we're negotiating here. One is the topography. The existing structure sits into the sloped hill, where it's like single level on the west and double level on the east. So that the images in the other PDF show that very clearly. We're trying to reuse some of the existing structure so that we can reuse this footprint. We want to kind of rationalize that and reuse some of the parts. That's both for like environmental reasons, but also economical reasons. And then of course there's the building envelope, which is, kind of delineated by the perimeter of the site, some existing oak trees, as well as a fault line on the north side of the site. So what we're kind of negotiating is, trying to reuse some of the existing concrete that's embedded in the ground there, as well as, the owner's desire to, build something that's, can accommodate her lifestyle. She has a lot of kids, big family, lives by herself, but often has family staying with her. And so these pages here show our neighborhood comparison. If you look at the 3 called out above, for example, 132%, 140%, 184%. There's 190 in the bottom right, 196 there on Jalinda, 2 over, even across the street, 151%. So we're not trying to build something that's kind of a big hulking mass, and that's something we're also studying in terms of, how to reuse what's on the site, but also how to, mitigate the size, not build something that's monolithic, kind of push and pull parts of the massing to kind of disaggregate it. So I think we wanted to come to MBAR, before we went kind of too far down the line in terms of, producing something that's, highly refined and too far developed. Just to get some direction and make sure we're pursuing something that's, amicable, if that.
That it?
Yeah.
Thank you for being concise. Questions, Bill?
You say reuse, go to the floor plan. Are you
This,
like
so
the basement, for instance, there, is the footprint staying kind of sort of?
so if you go to the basement there,
One, Dave?
then yeah, up one. I've highlighted in yellow the caissons, and then as well as this pretty significant 10-foot retaining wall that's embedded into that hillside, but obviously sets the existing basement level there. So then it's in a very kind of faint gray line on the floor plan. So if you go to the next one, we're kind of trying to rationalize those kind of angled wings within the building envelope that actually traces those wings, and then do something that's rectilinear and rationalized, but also reuses that structure. So there's a dash as well that's showing the retaining wall below.
Thank you. That was all.
Yeah.
Dave, questions, please.
Your elevations are essentially a massing study at this point. Is that what you're saying? So they're hard to read.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Rob?
So the whole layout and direction of the current proposal is driven by trying to salvage the existing footing and structure that's there from another project, or what? I'm trying to understand that.
And it's negotiating, I would say, the owner's desire with the new project, of course, but trying to couple that with a quite strict building envelope. When you look at the topography of the site, and as well as trying to couple that with an attempt to save some of this kind of significant concrete that's embedded into the earth.
I guess, are you doing that in lieu of, do you see another better way that's so significantly better if you abandon that stuff that you're kind of ruining a great opportunity if you're going to spend the money and do all this construction anyhow, and then I mean, I understand, it all adds up, but are you missing an opportunity to go from having an okay house to having a great house?
I don't think so, and I think that I like the question. I think that's something that we think about. I think we are actually excited about what we're doing, and we think the usefulness and the resourcefulness of being able to salvage the existing structure, and have I think a sensitive approach to the site, rather than kind of just completely digging it out and completely,
Okay.
having respect for like the existing topography. I think we are excited about.
Is the 10-foot wall sticking out of the ground, or is it, what's it, is holding up something? I'm not fully understanding that.
It's fully underground. It's
Okay.
the existing one level structure sits on top of it.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Robert, questions, please?
Have you been through the Ennisbrook design review process yet?
Not yet, not yet.
And you're not in the historic, well, there's a portion of Ennisbrook where it has to be Mediterranean. I don't know if we need to go back to the aerial, but all that area around the clubhouse and east and west and south cannot be anything other than complying with kind of the style of the clubhouse. So I'm curious, can we go back to that, David?
We are, I believe, something like the mid ridges, or I actually have the
You have all the rules for Ennisbrook.
right. So yeah, we're called the middle ridges.
The middle ridges, okay.
I mean, I have it up. I pulled it up just now when you asked. Following concerns, building profile.
Are you done there, Robert?
Yes, I'm done.
You done? And Stacy, please.
So I checked out the existing residence on the site and it's single story. I think you're adding another story on top of this. Well, it's single story sort of, walk out below. And now you're going to stack another level on top. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm still trying to wrap around the graphics because it's really hard to kind of define it.
Yeah.
Could you describe the style that you're taking it to?
So I think two things. One is that I think that's in terms of your question, where that's part of the reason I included some of the street level views there, just because it is a main concern of ours in terms of, its effect on the street and the neighborhood. And, we've already been talking to landscape architects about that and how we can address that. But also, it's something we think about in terms of the massing. We don't want to just stick a big, 2-level kind of monolithic mass along the street. So we are sensitive to that. What was the second part of your question? Sorry.
Could you explain the style that you're taking the architecture towards?
Yeah. So again, with the landscape, we really want it to be like a holistic approach. I think it may be, I think people may consider it contemporary, but we, in terms of like exterior materials, we really want it to be something tied to the local environment. Whether that means, if we're using concrete, we're coloring it like a palomino color, or trying to approach something like a rammed earth, integrating that with carved stone. So a very kind of organic feel. We are still in the process of studying portions of it to say have a flat roof versus a gable. But we haven't gone too far down, refining the kind of architectural aesthetic. But it is something that for us needs to be fully integrated into the site and the context, and we want those to kind of work together.
Further questions?
Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 7, 306 Meadowbrook Drive, please?
No requests.
Okay, this is the first time we've seen it. It's a two-story proposal for a two-story building, so at some point, we're gonna go do a site visit and, comments, please. Same order, Bill.
Yeah, I think your FARs should be a little closer to maybe what maybe would be close to the average. Maybe they could use your chart, John,
Yeah.
in terms of percentages.
Yeah.
So I think you're high at 175 still, so I think that's going to change your massing clearly against the street. Well, I appreciate you trying to reuse the existing foundation. It doesn't look like the footprint that you have now is really achieving much of that. So I'm sure you're going to try to work that out better. And to Rob's point, whether or not there's any value in that, I don't know. There's not enough information on the elevations yet to give you any input on that. The site plan is kind of simple, so the only thing that I can really talk about is FAR and the massing that you're going to probably be reducing over time. So that's about it.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, well, first, you're asking for a lot. You're asking for very high FAR and significant two-story massing. So really, for us to approve a project like this, we need more information and detail. And I like how you talk about the architecture, how it's going to respect the site. The materials are going to integrate with it. But and it's not going to be monolithic, but what you're showing us is none of that on these plans. You're showing us a very monolithic mass model, and not a lot of detail. So we can't really provide you with our comments until we have something more tangible to review. But I would caution you that you're asking for a lot, and you're going to need to mitigate for that with a really responsible design. And I would also highly recommend that you meet with the HOA as well, because I'm guessing they're going to have similar concerns. But I think you really need to take it to the next step and show us what this is actually going to be, and not just talk about it. And then story pools will be very important to show us how it fits with the site.
Is that it?
That's it.
Rob, comments?
Yeah, along those lines, this, I mean, you would just benefit from coming in with either a hand-drawn sketch, or if you only work on the computer, then come in with a computer thing and hit squiggle and doodle and just kind of start to develop a site plan, start to develop the elevations at a real kind of hand-drawn quality level. Because we don't have enough information, so that's your chance to make this kind of romantic and sell it. I think the driveway, like right off the bat, I'm looking, and the driveway looks like you drive up and you're driving right into the garage doors. And then I'm not really sure what the circular drive is doing. So I think you'd really benefit from just kind of getting pen to paper and developing this, and then coming back still at an early level where you're not so invested in it that you haven't wasted a lot of time producing working drawings. But I think there's another level you need to take it to, and I would encourage going to that. And I think then we can comment on it and give you much better feedback and direction that you can hang your hat on. So thank you.
Robert, comments?
Yeah, you gotta go to the Ennisbrook EAR or ARB, whatever they call it now. There's a nice group there, and I wouldn't come back here until you get their sign off, but I'm not particularly enthused about what I see on the elevation so far. It's really boxy. And, you know, this is not architecture. This is, it needs a lot more. I mean, even if you're going modern, this is just, you know, it's not of the level of Ennisbrook in my view. And I think I've done like 5 houses in there, and I don't see this working.
Stacy, comments, please? Use his.
I don't really have a lot more to add outside of what the other board members have already put forth. It's at this point highly aspirational. And I think once you get into it and start really working it out in detail, it will tell you a lot more. That's it.
So there's one, what we call a free meeting at the MBAR, and then you have to start filing for land use permits and formal permits and things like that. So that free meeting is up. And so when you get a planner, we can send over the FAR neighborhood study through that man or woman, whoever it is that's your planner. And it doesn't look at just the top 2 or 3, which everybody wants us just to look at the very largest projects and say, I should be able to have the largest 2. It's actually a neighborhood study where it's every single house contiguous, 20. And so when you look at that, my guess is, even if there are large ones, there's also some small ones in here. My guess is it's not going to be much more than 125, even if that. So I would suggest that Kimberly, can I send this to you and can you get it to Nicholas?
Absolutely.
What?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll send it to David, and somehow he can figure out how to get it to Nicholas. And that'd be the maximum. We tend to look at around 75% of the neighborhood as the maximum. Number 2, I don't know a structural engineer on the South Coast, much less probably California, that would permit you to use the old foundations on a new 2-story house, particularly a house that has this much glass where you're going to have fairly high uplift and transverse.
We've had a
loads
few meetings with Ashley and Vance already, so it's something that we've been in conversations with.
So my guess is that
Easier.
foundation is going to come out. And so just so that you know it in your planning. Number 3, at least what I see, I hate to be this harsh at the beginning, but I think that Robert may be onto something here. And I would ask you to start driving around the neighborhood and find the very best. If you want modern, there's some fairly interesting modern houses in Ennisbrook, the very best, and head for that. So I will send the FAR study, neighborhood study, to David, and he can forward it on to you. And we will see you after you have a planner. So thank you. Item number 8, 1463 Hosmer Lane. Stefan, are you here, please? You've been awfully loud today. Stefan, please.
Good afternoon. Wade Mosley over Mosaic Architects. Our project is at 1463 Hosmer Lane, which is an existing single-family home that was built back in 1953. Currently, it's 1724 square feet, and then we're proposing to add 425, which brings up the total to 2149 square feet. Even after the addition, we are still under 70% of the Montecito recommended FAR. We are proposing to keep the identity and the character of the existing house. And if we can move down to page number 5, please, which shows the photos of the existing house. It is 1953 cottage design, and we are planning on keeping that aspect of the house. And if we can scroll down to page 21, please, just to show the site plan. Currently, even though this is the roof plan showing the addition we're proposing. So the top left part is a little nook to the kitchen, and the bottom right-hand side is the addition for the new primary bedroom. And there's a new covered patio at the bottom hand side. If you don't mind moving down to page number 21, which is sheet A 1.01, showing the site plan. I think this is the previous set that we submitted. We uploaded a more recent one, having the site plan on it. Yes. The information we want to propose, probably if we can open up Google Maps, that could make sense. Even though the site itself is not tiny, it's a little bit over half an acre, the way that the house is situated on the property, it sits in 33.5 degrees on the east-west axis. And yeah, if we can get like a top view, that could make sense. Basically, the property is abutting two easements, one to our north side and then the other one to the west side. And we are still going back and forth with the planner about the definition of the lot itself, because it could qualify to an interior lot, but we're not sure yet how, and therefore we assume the worst case scenario, that it's not an interior lot, which means it has to comply with 2 front setbacks. Each of them is 50 feet. And then the other 2 setbacks would be side setbacks having 10 feet on each side. So really with the way the existing house sits on the property, we have very limited options as far as how we can, where we can add the additions. If we can go back to the plans, please, to that sheet. So the left side is the existing house, and the left side is the proposed. We're proposing that little nook, the kitchen nook, and then the 2 extensions at the southeast side of the property. We go back to the next sheet. Sorry, move forward. That's an enlarged floor site plan. We actually uploaded a full site, but this one is fine for now, I guess. Then next, if you go back to sheet number 6, that shows the rendering and the intent of the design that we are proposing. Sheet R0.00. So this is a view for the house looking from the backyard, which is the southeast side. And that is the existing house. As you can see, we're proposing to remove part of the trellis where we're proposing the addition. And at the top left side, that would be the kitchen nook. So if we scroll down to the next sheet, please. That shows how we are keeping the same roof ridge and the same roof slopes. We really, our additions are proposing it within the same roof planes as the existing. We want to be in respect for the existing house as well as the neighborhood. And that little joint between the master bedroom and the new patio, covered patio, sorry, we had to cover it with a flat roof just so the plate does not drop down too much. We scroll down the next sheet, please. We'll see the view from the entry of the house, which is the north west side. And then the next sheet will show we're proposing that addition of the kitchen nook, which is, we're basically just extending the existing roof toward the west. Next sheet would be a view from the north side, looking at the property, and the sheet after shows the proposed addition and what changes occurred to this view. Next sheet would be the view, also bird view from the south side, showing where the next sheet will add the master bedroom, sorry, primary bedroom, as well as the covered patio extension. We move forward to the next slide. We'll start to get some, the next one, please. That would be our view from the top, showing the existing configuration of the house. At the next slide would show the proposed as well. We're trying to add as many views as possible, just so the board is on board with us on the design intent. Next view, we're starting to see some eye-level views. This one is from the backyard, looking at the house, showing, and then the bottom view show what is proposed. Shows the master bedroom as well as the covered patio extension. Next sheet is another eye view from the entry side for the house. The top view is for the existing, and the bottom shows where the kitchen addition is proposed. Next sheet is another eye view for the also entry of the house, which shows the kitchen addition to the right-hand side at the bottom view.
Stefan, I think we have an idea. Yes, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you have anything qualitatively different than what you've just shown us? Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, questions. Rob?
Do you have a site plan? I can't find a site plan on this.
Oh, that's what that little weird line around the building is.
We submitted it for some reason.
Do you have a site plan with a survey or that shows all the hardscape and so forth?
Hello, this is Olivia, the planner. I had forgotten to upload the updated plans to Box, but I just did that. If it's possible to look at those now, they do have a site survey.
Olivia, I think it would be a lot less work at this point just to let you share your screen.
Okay, I can do that. 1 second. Let me pull them up.
Or did you give her, okay.
Sorry, 1 moment. Okay, can everybody see that?
Oh,
Can we scroll in a little bit?
Boy.
And then, so if the PC.
Scroll in a little bit.
Olivia, can you get closer, please? There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so since I still have the floor, then I assume then, so are you going to propose dealing with like this? It looks like the hardscape has a lot of walkways and pathways, and they're kind of going all over the place, and it looks really busy. So
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how
as part of your proposal, you'll study that stuff and look at some of those elements?
Yes, great question. We are planning on working on the hardscape specifically in the backyard. Currently, there's all kind of levels, and our client is interested in having just one level at the backside.
Yeah, it needs some hierarchy and, okay, that's what I was missing and to help me understand the project. So thank you.
You good?
Yes.
Okay, Bill, questions, please.
So you're out of the setbacks with all the stuff that you're proposing, the new trellis redos and the lanai and the kitchen, the primary addition, they're out of the setbacks.
Yes, we are. And thank you. This view shows
Oh, there you go.
setbacks on the property with
Oh.
50 feet setbacks on front setbacks and then 10 feet on the sides. The covered patio currently, the corner, south left corner is 3'6" encroaching into the setback, and we're allowed to encroach up to 4 feet. And it's not the whole cover patio, it's only one corner.
And you're not proposing to change the entry roof cover either, right? That's staying the same, is that right? The entry as it is, okay. Okay, that's it, thanks.
Robert, questions, please.
No questions.
Dave, questions, please.
No questions.
Stacy, questions.
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 8, 1463 Hosmer Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, comments, Rob.
So I do have a question. So is your other proposal there that with the bigger trellises, what's the other sketch that shows the bigger the trellis?
Existing.
That's existing. Okay. All right. So yes, so I think that this project would, I'd like to see a landscape plan and would greatly benefit from trying to organize the hardscape and create, a nice, kind of a nice piece of property with, it's just way too busy right now is what I'm seeing. So it needs a landscape architect to kind of take it from there, I think. So, thank you.
Bill, comments.
Yeah, I agree with Rob. I think if you develop the hardscapes to accommodate what you've added there, that'll be a lot better. I'm fine with the covered patio, lanai and the house addition and the trellises. I think those are all fine in addition to the kitchen. Part that kind of bothers me more is the entry, the existing entry, the roof covered porch there is like out of scale. And I don't know if there's anything you do with it. It's existing, so we're not going to ask you to, but it just seems like there's a lot of paving and the proportion of it just looks awkward to me. So for what it's worth, anyway, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. We didn't get to review the elevations, but actually the current front door is off center with the entry gable, which is a little bit awkward. And in our proposal, we put it back to be centered.
Well, I was looking at that too, and the because there's only one door there, you had a door and a window before, it actually felt a little better with the door and the window. It actually feels not as great now with the door just centered there. So can you add windows to either side of that door maybe? Something about that elevation looks like it's the back way in to me. But again, that's the only thing that really sort of stands out in my mind. Yeah.
Robert, comments.
I would agree with Bill. I think the architecture can be improved on that north. I don't know why there's the loss of the nice window and shutters and, there's something that needs to be massaged. And I'll just kind of leave it at that.
Dave.
First of all, I really like the project. I think you embraced the house and really worked with it and worked with those setbacks. And I think I like the solution. And I also like your presentation. If you look at the presentation on a computer and flip the views, the existing and the new, it was very easy to see what you're doing. So kudos to you for that. I think they've already talked about the site, and that's where I think there can be improvements. And then on the entry, maybe you add side lights to that door, make it a little bit wider so it has more presence, or breaks the plane of that wall, something to help it, but that's a pretty small item in the overall scheme of things. I think you've really improved it, and I can definitely support the project.
Stacy, please.
We're gonna try it again. Fine. I agree with the other board members about the site plan, that it's going to need some work to pull it together with the house, but I also like your presentation. It was great toggling between the before and afters from every angle. It was very helpful. And I could support the project. Yes, I agree that there's some aspects that need to be worked on a little bit, but in general, it's a nice project.
My sense was that what's missing more than anything is perimeter landscaping. And I think that you are, if I understand it correctly, you're kind of out in the middle of asphalt right now, and getting some perimeter landscaping, which is, I think will help. The other comment I have is, I'm not as convinced about that you've studied all of the fenestration in the way that you could. Seems to me that there's some non-broken up windows and then broken up windows. I think the house would be better off. It looks like you're replacing all of the windows and doors, most of them. I think it would be better if you'd pick a style. It looks to me like you've got your foot in both styles. And, you know, it's not a particularly big house on a big lot, you know, so. But I think as an architect, you might be able to tighten it up a little bit. Okay?
Thank you.
And we should come back where, guys, since full board? Okay. Is that okay? Members of the audience, we have been at it since 12:45. We're going to take 5 minutes and we'll be right back, okay? Sorry. Okay, so item number 9, 62 Humphrey Road, first time we've seen it.
And we have a planner memo for this one.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I've been making a mistake in downloading everything on Monday. Okay, this this project is associated with such and such, which was previously approved by your board on March 24th, 2022. Since permit issuance, the applicants have requested to make changes to the plan which require review of your board. A new CDP and associated BAR case were created to allow staff and your board to review the proposed changes. The scope of the work for the subject permit is to increase the height of the cabana and workshop. The FAR study includes the addition and demolition calculations already approved via the scope of work and such. Based on preliminary review of the updated plans, the cabana will include an approximately 70 square foot addition. So I was confused by your drawings when I looked at them on Monday. I don't know if you get them, it was like new garage, things like that. So maybe you could really focus us in on what the project is.
Sure.
Thank
Yeah, I'm gonna let Leela do most of the presentation.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys have seen the project. We went through, we got final, we started construction and discovered a bunch of conditions that weren't anticipated, including non-existent and inadequate foundations and dry rot and all kinds of stuff. So we had to go back to the drawing board and do some design revisions to address those items. And in the process, our client really doubled down on the quality of the project. And so we made some improvements to the architecture, which I think you're really going to like. They're huge improvements to the project. We engaged a excellent landscape architect, and Kaylee's going to present the landscape to you. We didn't have a landscape plan from a landscape architect last go around. So that's a big improvement to the project. And like I said, we're already in construction, and the drawing set that you're going to see today is already in the building department. So we're sprinting, and you guys have had a long day today. So hopefully, Leela is going to make it really easy for you to get us shuffled right out of here really quickly. So Leela, go ahead.
Okay, why don't we start with the site plan? This is on page 13. And I think the titles of our structures are probably confusing. Everything here is permitted and has been approved. We are going back in with a addition to the entry. That is a pop out to bring some hierarchy to the front entryway. That's unconditioned space. It's just a little vestibule to get into the front door. We also went around and holistically looked at the roof pitches. The existing architecture had a 12/12 pitch in the roof. And then what was approved in 2022 by the board was various pitches ranging between 4 and 6, but they were all very shallow. And so we went back and we put every pitch back to a 12/12 slope, with the exception of the workshop. The workshop, because we had to maintain a 15-foot height limit, that is not a 12/12, but we oriented the ridge of each gable to be in a direction that is less obvious. It's more of the roof, less of the pitch of the stucco. And then we also put a cupola at the top to bring some hierarchy to that structure, which we felt balanced out the site with the other adjacent structures. The existing garage is a 3-car garage, and we have it permitted as an attic, and we will be doing a future ADU. I know there was conversations about dormers in the past. Those dormers are associated with what will be a future ADU. We can go to we can look at the roof plans, but why don't we look at the elevations? The elevations start on page 23. And if you don't mind going to page 24, I will orient you to the front. So
Just want to make sure you get to the reference photos.
yeah, we have renderings. So I'll briefly take you through these. These are the elevations. The bottom elevation is what you will be seeing from the street. And then if we just go back up a page, you'll see the other 4 elevations. And then keep going, you'll see go down. You'll see a workshop, a garage, and I think we skipped a couple, but why don't we take you guys to the renderings on page 56. And if you can zoom in on the front one. Well, we just cut right to it. We do have a material palette I can show you, but the renderings are very helpful, and I'll just get to it. So the bottom right is what it's taken from the street elevation. We are introducing Santa Barbara sandstone with some existing chimneys and some proposed. We are also proposing Santa Barbara sandstone with some new site walls and garden walls. And then the site walls at the street level, those are existing to remain. And then there's a street view of the garage, if you want to zoom in on that. We are proposing real cedar shingle roof that will be weathered and grayed out. White stucco is what is existing, and we will be keeping that. And we have Euroline doors and windows, so all windows and doors will be steel. The garage doors will be carriage style doors. And the top rendering is taken once you're inside the property. You have a bit of the workshop, the pool cabana, and the main house. We have a few of these sunroom pop-outs that we are introducing copper standing seam metal roofs. And then if you go to page 9, I'll briefly show you the palette so you get a rounded out vision of this project. So we have cedar, copper metal roofs. We are introducing dormers, and in those dormers, we're doing a slight kind of radius to those slopes to help bring some charm and interest to the dormers. And then we do have a sunroom pop-out that we will be doing a wood millwork and steel inlay with windows and doors.
That image in the bottom middle, that is the sandstone the sandstone style that we're going to use. That's a mock-up, a real mock-up that's that photo is taken from the field. So if you've been up to San Ysidro Ranch, same style of stone. In fact, same mason is being engaged to do that sandstone work. So it's going to be really authentic, really high quality. And that's going to cover the site walls and some of the chimney elements that are expressed in stone.
And I will give it over to Kaylee for the landscape.
It's just after the set. I'm not sure what page number because it got stitched together.
So it's
There we
after
go.
several.
Yeah. So let's scroll up like 3 pages from here. Okay. And I think I'm good. Yeah, one more.
We need a mic on you right here. It didn't work very well earlier, so.
Okay, I'll speak really close. All right, I'm Kaylee with Arcadia Studio. So I'll start with what's existing to remain because this project is not just a new build or anything. It's very much a renovation for the landscaping as well. So there's an existing terrace site wall, the sandstone site wall that was depicted in that rendering, and there's existing hedging and screening all along the street frontage. So we're not proposing to change any of that. So most of the changes happen inside of there. At the main entrance, there's existing sandstone paving along with the sandstone wall. So we're just proposing to add a small pedestrian gate and then make the paving in here a little bit safer. Right now, there's some funny cross slopes going on, but for the most part, that sequence will remain as is, as well as the southern portion of the garden is already planted with nice, this is a picture of the paving that's existing there. That is facing the house, facing this direction. All the landscaping is existing and has been preserved during construction. So we're not proposing any changes there. There's an existing, and there's also layers, very nice layers of screening, hedging, and plantings there. So all of that is to remain. There's an existing patch of lawn here that we're proposing to remove, as well as an overall lawn reduction throughout the site, and just proposing lawn only where the owners are a family with young children. So we're proposing a small or a portion of it directly adjacent to the pool where we'll use it, and removing it from all the areas that it sort of languishing in the shade. We are proposing a continuation of the screening, the property line screening that they already have established along the south, heading north, and then again, a nice head along the north property line. Sorry, that was along the east property. Then along the north, adding the hedging and screening along there. Circling around back to the garage area, I think from the time you saw this project last, the finished floor of the garage has dropped about 18 inches. And so that allowed us, the existing slope on the driveway is very steep. And so we, and very tight, like there's just, so we wanted to minimize that slope a bit, make it a little bit more accessible. So that helped a lot. We also pushed the gate a bit back from the street. I'd want to point out because it will be something we catch before everything is finished. This was a holdover. The trash enclosure is not planned to be in the setback before we get a comment about it. It will get moved in. And otherwise that streetscape, the terracing will be existing. So we have some materials and concept photos along here. The owner really likes small gurgling fountains. We have just a couple recirculating and really trying to minimize the impervious surfaces with gravel and planted space throughout the garden. We can just scroll through so we can see, as Dan mentioned, we're kind of hitting this project at a midpoint where we're already into the building department, but also coming to you for the first time. And so we do have a somewhat complete plan set. We'll be adding a bit more detail. But we have got the vehicular gate, which will be sliding, wood clad over steel frame. Everything else is pretty standard detail. We can scroll to the next. Keep going. Our WELO calculations. And we can keep going. The next one, another one. I think we can go one more. Thank you. And then so for the planting and landscape lighting plan, we're kind of midway on it. We haven't placed every plant symbol, but we've done sizes and plant, kind of a plant palette per area right now. The clients really had already established the plant palette they wanted along the south portion of the property. So we carried that through, but in the sunnier beds using a lot more drought tolerant varieties than what they had existing there. And then the lighting is kept to a minimum, just these path lights to help circulate the site safely with their little children. And that should be it.
You guys done? Dave, questions, please.
It's hard to understand the drawings. Would have been helpful to really delineate what changes you're making from what we approved before. Are you proposing to raise the ceilings and the plate heights on the structures that are non-conforming?
Would you like us to take a minute here to elaborate on the changes a little bit more and make sure that's crystal?
I'm not sure because it's
When I looked at them on Monday, I couldn't figure it out and threw my hands up in the air.
Okay.
Yeah, so grab the mic, going up, please.
Oh, you want me to do it? Okay. All right. Okay. Could you turn back to the site plan, please?
This one, okay or no?
Why don't we go to the architectural site
I
plan?
think the elevations at some point would probably be the most useful because.
Let's
you
do
could
the
just-
site plan. Let's make sure.
We'll hit both.
Yeah,
We'll
good.
hit both and make sure that we make it clear. Okay, so changes from the approved project, previously approved project. The landscape, almost comprehensively with the exception of some of the existing that was described to you. This entry portico, this little popped out transverse gable, which you saw in the elevations. These two dormers were added, and these dormers were added. This is the ADU, the second floor, or I don't know if we call it the second floor, occupied attic, occupied gable, which it becomes the ADU. And we felt like there's a nice consistent language between these dormers and these dormers. So we feel like this is really handsome now and cohesive from the street, which is one of the things that you all wrestled with and we wrestled with last time, is trying to get that balance and that sense of consistency between the two structures. Okay, so now Leela talked about, this is an existing roof, these are existing roofs. These roofs are reconstructed on the footprint. Last time you saw it, they were, the slopes were varying. Now these slopes match the slope of the primary gable, so there's consistency in the roof forms.
Do they go up or down?
Up. They were pushed a little bit too shallow in order to accommodate the width of the building. And you see what we did on this one is, in order to keep the roof slopes the same steepness, we made it like a mansard roof, and there's a mechanical well in there. So we're able to hide some of our HVAC and rooftop equipment in there. So that worked. That was another benefit of doing that roof structure, or that
You-
roof slope change.
Maintain the plate heights the same, or is it just the roof slope, or is the plate height changing too?
Leila, can you answer that?
Plate height stayed the same. We were previously yes, the plate height stayed the same.
On all the structures or just those?
On the pool cabana, we lowered the plate height to maintain 15 feet and keep a 12/12. And the workshop is the same. And it's I believe it's 5/12 slope.
Okay, so this little structure, we didn't have the same roof pitch that we had here. So we brought that into conformance, 12/12. So now that feels right, it looks right, it feels handsome. That render we saw that you're looking right down here, down this axis, you're seeing this really kind of charismatic gable. Matches the gable slope of the primary gable. This roof though, because of some of the requirements that the zoning ordinance has for structures in the setback and the width of the structure, we couldn't make that roof 12/12. So it's squashed a little bit. And that's why we turned that gable in the north-south direction. So you don't perceive that gable with a different slope from the primary experience points out in the lawn. And we disguised the gable slope a little bit by putting a chimney on the end, and we put a cupola on the top and a trellis on it, so it feels right, it looks right, it feels like very handsome. We don't have any of these weird slopes that they weren't quite home runs. Okay, why don't we go to the elevations? Elevation page.
Yes. Thank you. 23.
Okay, why don't we start at the
24.
Yeah, if we start at page 24, it'll be easier. Okay, so this is the side facing the street. These two forms are forward, these are pushed way back. This is the new entry component. Now this one, you can see we didn't match the slope. And we spent a lot of time researching this architectural style, and that's a common move, especially for a special feature like the entry, to do it a little bit steeper and a little bit different shape than the rest of the roof forms. So we felt that that felt right, and it just didn't feel right if it was the same because it didn't have enough stature to be this entry moment that our clients were seeking. The chimneys you see detailed with stone. This slope matches that slope. We've refined the architectural detailing of this little pop-out moment, which is a little breakfast nook with a copper roof. And this bigger, these bigger divided light and a stone base. Okay, here we are on the south-facing side. So you're looking at this side from that where that existing patio is. Seeing the existing openings into the living room, we didn't change those. Here's the new dormer that we added. This is the side of that popped out entry element that you're seeing there. The stone chimneys and this revised character of this primary bathroom pop out, which adds this kind of sense of whimsy and variety to the architecture, which is typical in this style of house. All right, let's go back up to the previous page. Okay, so now we're in the lawn that the pool is in, and we're looking south at the main house. Existing gable, existing roof form. These are the revised roof slopes. Here's the one piece where there's a hipped moment, and that mechanical well is inside of it. And now we're looking at the rear side of the house, so the side that faces east, the back. This is the back of the existing bedroom. That's an existing roof form. This is an existing roof form. This is the new roof form and the mansard piece with the mechanical well in it. So the parts that we revised here are this roof form and this roof form and the chimneys. All right, let's go to the accessory structures. Okay, garage facing the street. Like Leila mentioned, carriage doors with lights above. This is the component piece of the ADU, which isn't being shown in this drawing.
Did that roof raise?
I'm sorry?
That roof raise?
It did not.
No.
We lowered the finished floor by 18.
And that was one of your comments back when we reviewed it with you. You requested that we depress the garage. We didn't do it, and it was approved not depressed. Since then, we've done it and depressed the garage 18 inches. So we're complying with your request on that one.
We are also introducing faux chimneys to conceal plumbing and ventilation, so there's no piping that will stick out from the cedar.
And we really didn't want to see plumbing vents, so we have a little chimney form that we can conceal plumbing vents in. Okay, let's go to the next page. This is the little pool cabana structure that Leila described. So
This is the workshop.
sorry, workshop that's adjacent to the pool. This is the
Those
side that
roofs
faces.
rise.
I'm sorry?
Those roofs rise.
The top of roof did.
By how much, please?
2 feet, 3 feet?
Yeah, so we previously were under the impression that we had a 12-foot height limit for anything that was in the rear setback. And we worked with our planner, and because we have a slope greater than 4/12, we can go additional 3 feet. So our height limits are 15 feet. What was previously permitted was 12.
So if you look back at the previously approved design, it just lacked the character and quality and stature that is appropriate for a project like this in a neighborhood like this. And now we think that we've got it there. We've achieved the quality that everyone's after.
Also, these structures are existing. We have an existing pool cabana, existing workshop that were in the rear yard setback when we started this project.
Okay, I think we covered this one, self-explanatory. Oh, another piece that we didn't talk about is pool equipment is attached to the side of that structure and fully enclosed within the architectural form. That's that grouping of screened openings right there. Okay, next page. This is the rearmost structure. When we look down that axis on that rendering, here's that nice gable form that you see with a Dutch door. So that's the most visible moment of this structure. This is the side that faces south. This opens onto the little court that was indicated in the landscape drawing. This side faces towards the structure we just saw, and the rear faces toward the property line to the west.
And does that roof raise?
This roof is, Leila, can you answer that, please?
Plate heights did not go up, but our pitches increased in height. So again,
Therefore,
it
the
went from
ridge-
12 to 15.
The ridge went from 12 to 15.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it, Dan?
That's it. You want to go to those renderings again and take another look at those, or we got
No,
that? Okay,
It's
we're good.
late. Okay,
So,
is that okay with everybody?
more question.
Yeah, please. Oh, as a matter of fact, Dave, questions.
So the planning department has reviewed this. Even those are non-conforming structures, they're allowing you to do significant structural improvements to them in the setback. That's all been approved. Thanks.
Stacy, questions, please.
No questions.
Bill,
The structure that's over the garage, is that an ADU?
That's correct.
Okay. My only question, can we talk about the garage portion of it?
sure.
Yeah. How tall are the garage doors?
The garage heights are a real challenge. The floor level in the garage the ceiling in the garage is 9 feet. So we ended those garage doors at 8 feet.
So what we're seeing is 8 feet there.
That's correct. Can you confirm?
The garage height is 9'6", and those doors are roughly 8'3". We pushed it as high as we could with the carriage motor, giving that the tolerance it needs.
And
Thanks,
what's
Leila.
happening on the image, not the gate and not the second front door, but the rear? It looks like is that a porch or something? It looks like a window goes into the roof there.
It's a bit of a parapet and a deck. It's
There's a little deck.
no bigger than what you can just walk out on.
Okay.
Like a little, so those doors can open
Very-
full height up there. You can
very-
step out onto a
Very shallow deck.
4-foot little deck, and it looks down onto the pool.
And did you consider, or could you add some kind of lattice between the garage door top and the plate height?
Yeah, like a little trellis thing.
Something.
Yeah,
to
we
do that. Could it?
we looked at that. That's an option. I think what we've proposed is just a light fixture above each door. And what we actually want to do is make that light fixture a little more vertical and move it up to occupy more the center of that space, because it looks like kind of like a big receding hairline forehead right there right now. So I think just getting that light fixture just right will make that feel okay. So, but yeah, that is an area that we looked closely at. I think a little miniature trellis is a good idea too.
And the last question, the cupola that's on that back guest house or whatever that
Workshop.
structure is that glass? Is there open to the room below, or is it just a false cupola thing that,
Likely it will be a false cupola.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And the proportion and scale of that can change if it had to.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, you think that's a shade too overscaled, like it should be 85, 90% of.
Okay.
I love this guy. Are you done?
Yeah.
Robert,
Maybe I was napping, but trying to figure this out. So the entire house is a redo. It's brand new. Correct?
Previously.
Incorrect. It's an existing house. Portions of it are being reconstructed almost entirely because of the degradation of the existing structures
You said the
Portion-
foundations are bad,
in some areas.
so you're gonna have to tear the whole thing down.
No, the two little structures, the two little accessory structures, the dry rot, mold, lack of foundation was so thorough. Yes,
So
but the
what-
main house, the big forms, those are standing, the framing's fine, they're being remodeled.
But at what point does this just turn into a new project and have to meet new planning guidelines?
Requirements.
Yeah, it's not, and that is just a key point of our planning strategy. We have been down the road almost 4 years working with the planning department on this project, and our planning strategy is locked in and approved.
So the stuff in the setbacks is grandfathered in, even though the house is basically brand new.
We had to prove through calculations that the structures within the rear yard setback were a portion of the total site square footage. And we had that study done previously with the previous CDP to prove that we had
That
those
was
structures.
when it was a quote remodel. And now it's a new house.
It is not a new house, it's
These
a
are
remodel.
renovations. These are remodels.
No more questions.
Rob,
What's going on could we go to the site plan, please? The landscape plan, even better, sorry.
missing when I said 6:15, 6:30 to my wife.
You ordered dinner? Well, that kind of comes into view. One thing on the lighting. I'm sorry, what was your name again, please? Kaylee. So, on the lighting, you had mentioned that you're doing all path lights. So we've kind of morphed and we're now, thanks to John, is welcoming, some canopy lights, and selective trees. What's that? Is that good? Yeah. Well, because before I came, most of the landscape architects were all presenting path lights. And we had a discussion push that I thought it could be done effectively without spilling on the neighbors. So that door is open. Anyways, what's going on with the parking paving? Seems like, at least in the landscape plan, I was trying to understand why it went so far on the to the south of the.
Maybe the more colorful plan would be better.
Yeah, if we could go up, I think 4 more, sorry, to my rendered one. There we go.
John is
So-
famished.
So this is a cobble motor court, and for this car to be able to turn around and safely navigate back off property, I've extended this area with just a gravel portion to not add any impervious surface. But if they needed to have one guest parking space, there's not another space for an uncovered parking space.
Kind of a tandem thing.
Yeah, to not inhibit that car from.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Okay.
You have 2 accessory buildings, you're raising the roofs 3 feet. Has that been framed yet?
No.
Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 62 Humphrey Road, please?
No requests.
Okay, a seemingly simple project, I don't know, we'll see how people think. Comments, they are on for concept at this point. Dave?
Thanks for doing the additional presentation. I highly recommend next time you have before and after elevations. It just makes it so much easier for us and for you too. In general, I think all these design revisions or improvements and more consistent with the architecture and the style, as you said. My concern is the 2 accessory structures that are non-conforming, that are already right next to the setback, do not appear to have landscape screening. Then you're raising the roofs 3 feet, and then also if that cupola had lighting or anything. So it's really about the impacts to the neighbor. surprised that the planning department is allowing you to exceed 50% of the value of the structure with improvements, leave them where they are. I guess it's because they were permitted, or I don't know. I still question that, and I think other people do as well. So I don't know. I don't think I can approve this without going back out to the site and seeing what that extra 3 feet is going to do, because I just don't know the potential impact. But I think everything else I'm good with.
Stacy, comments, please?
I'll address that one if you want.
Yeah, at the end.
I am looking at an aerial photo. And Dave, just so you can see too, the structure behind the pool appears to back onto a parking lot.
That's correct.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
The one that might be in question is the smaller little structure that I think is over here, the cabana for the pool that looks like it might have more impact on a neighbor directly behind you. But I like the style of the architecture. I think it is very elevated. And I appreciate lowering the garage too, so it's not such a steep pitch. I could see that from the befores as well. I kind of reviewed the whole street and what was happening to wrap my head around it. I do like the landscape plan, though. I think that it fits with the style of the architecture and it fits with the neighborhood. Might even be nicer than the rest of the neighborhood. And that the plant choices, everything seem to be in line with the classical look that we're going for here. And each of the rooms are lovely. I think from a street perspective, it's going to be a really nice project. So that's it.
Bill, comments, please?
Yeah, I like generally what you've done. I would recommend maybe something over that garage door, or if you want to come back with your proposal for the lighting. I don't know if that's enough, though, that's all. Maybe it's just the center door even, maybe not all three. And then the cupola felt a little large to me, so you might be able to scale that back. I mean, I get Dave's comment too, and I haven't looked at the site. I like what you did with the roofs because I think that ties in better with the architecture. Is it a concern for the neighbor? I don't know. Have they been noticed? The planners have been involved. It seems like everybody's been made aware of all this. So if not, maybe make sure they are. That would be my only comment in terms of the height of the two small structures that are in the setbacks there. That's it. Thanks.
Robert?
It's an aggressive level of development for some reason in my mind, and I'm not sure about the switch to 12 and 12 roofs. They look odd on a couple of the smaller elements like the entry. But in general, I'm not quite sure what style is this? What would you call it?
Yeah, we had a historical report done on this project, and the historian qualified this as characteristic of any of the medieval cottage derivations. So
Right.
like a Norman cottage, English cottage, and it's had so many additions and modifications over the years that before this project, it was a real mishmash of that, plus really terrible flat roofed components and
Right.
smashed roof forms into one another. So we've tried to bring it into a cohesive kind of English cottage, Norman cottage character.
I think you've done a nice job with that. There's just a lot going on here for me to absorb, but in general, I like it. That's it.
Rob, comments, please?
Thank you. Yeah, I think you've done a nice job, and I agree with the comments of Stacy, Bill, and Robert. I think there's some chances, some opportunities, maybe just to kind of carve out a little more landscape pockets or something in there, particularly on the south side. It looks awfully kind of heavily paved. What was I going to say? And maybe that's, in part of presentation where you maybe you show, maybe it could be resolved with potted plants or something like that. And then the other thing that I find graphically is on the elevations. This is just me, but I'm not sure why. I like the hand-drawn look, and I'm not sure why, at least when you have stuff catted up, that you don't hit that doodle or squiggle tool on there and just to soften it and get, you get a little color. And I think it would really help you in terms of selling the project to people looking at it is what I've just seen that being on boards before through the years. I've seen that play out. Anyways, but I think you've done a nice job.
I can't vote for the 12-foot to 15-foot without some kind of re-notification, story polls, site visit. If our job isn't to protect the neighbor, I don't know what it is. At least at some level, that's one of our jobs. And if I all of a sudden had a 15-foot high wall, which is basically what it's a wall, no windows, no dormers, nothing. I would not be a happy camper. So I don't know what you want to do about that, but at least for my vote, I can't do it. Number two, what is that pool equipment room about? Is it wood? Is it some kind of cement block that's gonna, kill the sound? What's going on there, please?
We will do something similar to another project that we had sound absorption concerns with the STC rating of 55 with double layer of gyp. So we'll do the same type of framing assembly on that structure, the build out.
Don't you have a daycare center or something like that, or an old person? Isn't that
So
like,
it's a church to the east, northeast, and then that church owns the residents to the north of us and the residents to the southeast of us.
I don't care about you polluting your noise yourself. I care about the neighbors to the east and about the north. North is up, yeah.
Yeah.
To the north and to the east. Okay, so anyway, I would want to see that as a comment. And I don't know what you want to do about the roofs. If you want to spend a second here, we can chat about it.
Yeah, let's do that. The pool equipment is,
And the rest of the project, I think, is fine.
right, thank you. The pool equipment's fully enclosed. It's gonna be a sound attenuated enclosed room.
What about the roofs?
The best we can do. The roofs today, or let's say pre-project, because there's already been a lot of demo, those roofs are some of the ugliest parts of the development.
Yep.
And those are all visible from the neighbor's side. Encroachments in the setback and encroachments over 12 feet in the setback are typical in this neighborhood and exist on maybe every adjacent parcel. In fact, our existing structure, so the right side of the primary bedroom of the main structure encroaches in the setback and is up at 20 feet or something like that. So we feel that we are improving the situation from the pre-project conditions substantially by improving the quality of the architecture and by making roof forms that look right and feel right and have charm even when they're viewed from the neighbors' adjacent properties. We have really good relationships with the neighbors, so we can probably bring you some letters of support for those roof structures, and maybe that's a good starting point. And
in doing that, please put up the story poles and have them standing there. That's a much easier approval for me to make. Okay, but
all right.
Anything
Your concern is heard there.
anything else, everybody?
What about the main house?
I'm okay personally.
The 12 and 12, we need to restore it fully.
They're not increasing the height of the highest roof.
No.
The main part was not. No.
They're only doing it.
The main house, the top is being like,
The height that it was.
the height is still the same.
Oh,
Correct.
You're taking some of the diminished
small
roofs and bringing them up a little bit.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
What is that zone behind those? close structures there? It's empty on the landscape plan here. Is there a fence there? Is it the neighbor using
There is a
that?
proposed fence. There's currently very dilapidated fencing along there. And we originally had proposed screening and we're happy to put like a espaliered vine or like a espaliered lavender starflower or something along there. We don't have room to maintain a hedge along there, which is why we're not showing the same type of screening that we have everywhere else.
Couldn't get back in there.
Yeah,
I mean, is
it's
it the
tight.
kind of thing where you allow the neighbor to have access to that and landscape it from that side and don't have a fence and just make the building the
Our-
barrier? Or
Yeah, our client has been in discussions with all neighbors, and we have talked to the neighbor to our east of maybe even providing a hedge on their side so they can have that screening, so, because we don't have the access for it.
right?
Mhm.
So we can come back with a letter on that.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
great.
So we can provide the fence and then, yeah, the
What-
screening could be on there.
One other thing before you make your motion is we would like to get a shot at final next time we come
Yeah,
back to you.
preliminary final, there's no motions today. Preliminary final, full board, right? Everybody?
Yeah.
Everybody okay?
Mhm.
Thank you. Have a nice
You
evening.
all.
Thanks for the
Mhm.
comments.
Okay, item number
Thank you for the input on the lighting. I didn't know it had changed stuff.
1439 Irvine Lane. Okay, so what do you got here?
Thank you, board, for hearing this presentation today and staying as late as you have. So I'll try to be expeditious and concise with this presentation. So this is a single-family home that was built in the early 2000s. And what we're doing is we're doing a full renovation, as well as some cosmetic exterior alterations. So the goal behind the project is to, with these exterior alterations, we'd like to bring it to a more contemporary aesthetic. So we will be replacing windows and doors on the exterior, as well as enclosing a portion of the loggia on the back facade. The ideas behind enclosing this loggia is to, one, extend the living space closer towards the pool area, as well as give a more clear vision to a rear-facing ocean view. And so some of the existing conditions disrupt that view from the interior, so we're just trying to make more connectivity to the outside. And with that enclosure of the loggia, we are extending a rear deck to kind of bridge the gap between the pool area and this exterior condition. That's kind of the main scope of work. And if you guys would like to kind of view, I think the best articulation of this, just to be concise, is to actually look at our before and after renders, which I think give the best articulation of what we're changing. There are some articulations with the fireplaces. In one area, we're actually going to be removing a fireplace. And then another area on the second floor in the master suite, we are going to be removing a fireplace, as well as adding kind of a smaller fireplace to a rear deck. So if you actually would transition a little bit further down, yes, to there. So that gives us the best view of what the alterations are. Essentially, you can see that the fenestrations, the openings are currently have this like slight arch at the top of the windows, and we're simply going to be making that a more horizontal opening, just giving it a little bit more of a contemporary feel. So that's the front facade. We are replacing some of the garage doors as well. And then also we have an idea for rearticulating some of the stone on the motor court to just give it a little bit more style. So that's kind of the front facade. And this is, you're going to see a few angles of the rear facade. So this kind of gives you the difference between what was there before on the top and then what we're proposing. So that larger opening that you see in the render towards the bottom, that is ocean facing. So, and this is way up in the mountains. So, to be fair, the property is pretty hedged off. So you don't really see these facades from the exterior of the property. And so I'll continue if you wouldn't go to the next elevation. So this is a head-on view. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm going to try to I'll explain further if you guys have questions.
No, thank you for being so concise. Okay, so let's just do questions. Start with Robert.
Trying to remember, this is off of Mountain Drive up there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thought that was a steep area, but it looks pretty flat, so I have no more questions.
Rob, questions, please. Bill, questions.
Are those aluminum or steel doors and windows? What do you?
Steel.
Steel,
Sir.
okay. Okay, and what's the patio? It doesn't matter, never mind.
Dave, questions, please.
No questions.
Stacy.
No questions.
It appears that you have two different kinds of glass cut-up patterns, some with absolutely no cut-ups and others that are, reasonably cut up. Why?
So I think the goal behind that is the view in the living room is I would say the best view. And so the goal behind that is to not have any mullions in between
Okay.
that line of sight. And so that's the reasoning behind that. Open to suggestions on if you'd like to see some mullions there, but because of the style of the door as well, we're thinking that it would be a little bit more fitting to have less mullions.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 10, 143? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you come up with anything or no?
I was just trying to understand, are you proposing any new landscaping or any adjustments to the hardscape?
No, the only
should-
item that we're going to be proposing here is just the extension of the rear porch, which you can see in the renders is basically connecting the pool space to the living space with hardscape. So yes.
Okay,
You done?
yes.
Okay, so public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 10, 1439 Irvine Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, so we're on for concept today. Comments, please. I'll do it if nobody else wants to.
Oh.
FAR study, they're at 126. And study the fenestration.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
And the color.
Color, as I'm concerned about the bright white and the reflectivity, especially being up on the hill there.
I've lost control.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did work with our planner to try to find a good white that would meet the typical guidelines that are presented at MBAR. And so we're at I believe it's an L rating of L83.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so we try to stay under that bar with that.
This rendering didn't pick it up.
Yeah, I'm apologize for that. It's not white, no, sorry.
I would also suggest the divided light might be a better option or make them consistent with each other. And maybe you don't have 6 lights, you have 3 lights in a door.
Sure.
Still on that too. Sometimes I think actually dividing divisions and windows are nice, especially if it's all consistent.
Understood.
Steel sash, it's gonna look better, I think.
Yeah.
The other option is to not have divided lights in the doors and just have.
Anywhere, yeah, and the windows.
But on the FAR, how much are they adding?
They're at 126.
No, but I mean, how much square footage are they adding? Isn't most of that the existing house?
It's adding 320.
Oh,
I'm adding 308,
Oh.
but it's in the same form of what was there before. We're not changing the massing at all.
That's right, it's under the.
It's under the loggia.
That's
so
where I was going to. I think
It's
I'm.
just a portion of the rear porch.
I'm gonna vote against it if it's over 110 without a study. So if you guys want my negative vote, I'm good. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be consistent.
Well, I think he has the option to come back.
So we going down the line here
I
or?
guess not. Go ahead.
On the motor court.
Yeah.
I think the 6 medallions is too much, too busy. I would maybe just have one, make it a little bigger and centered or something. But, or you are doing stuff on the hardscape and with the motor court, what I don't like is as you drive into the property, you kind of drive right into the garage doors. So I would kind of look for either opportunity with how you score the paving or in adding these medallions that maybe you create, are able to kind of create with the paving and the scoring more attention to get you to the front door and try to kind of diminish the garage doors. And that may include getting a few well-placed trees on the corners or some kind of, or adjusting the hardscape in some fashion. But I guess I'd look at that whole sea of paving as you drive in, because I don't think it's attractive to just drive in and see garage doors. And again, I would just do one big medallion or something rather than 6.
Would you recommend getting rid of it altogether? In terms of like the medallion and kind of
I
take
think
focus away from that?
I think it's a chance to study the paving out front and either modify it or like just do it by scoring. And what's out there now? I'm sorry, is it just?
It's just pavers. I don't know the exact type of paver.
The
but
concrete paver?
yeah,
Or?
it's like a concrete paver.
Well, if it's a concrete paver, then you have the ability maybe to creatively kind of remove some portions of it and maybe be able to create some meaningful landscape pieces. And anyways, I think it's worth trying to do some design and look at it to enhance this sense of arrival. That's kind of where I'm going with it.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the full board for preliminary final. Okay,
Sounds
I will send a FAR study to Kylie if you'd like to fill it in.
Sure. We did do just like a preliminary study around the site.
And you can put it on the more formal list.
No worries. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Richard, are you here? Item number 11, 539 Periwinkle Lane, the Outback. I saw him here earlier. Are you here for that item, sir? You are a neighbor or something, or news hawk? Okay. Any newsworthy stuff today? Yeah.
We have a planner memo on this one.
Yes, and we have probably, we have a comment letter. Is there anybody online for this? 2? Okay. Okay, so we have a memo. Can we put that up? Everybody? The land permit was approved in 23. The approvals were both appealed to the MPC. In March of 24, the MPC approved the unpermitted elevation increase in 2 sections of the roof and installing new doors, windows, and sliding something. Oh, siding, I'm sorry, yeah. Thank you. As well as the project's BAR preliminary design review approval. Changes to the plan since your approval. The residence and carport will be repainted to a more neutral shade of white. It's got an an LRV of about 83, if I remember, something like that. The windows will be painted Swiss coffee. The residence and carport existing standing seam black metal roof will be replaced with an asphalt shingle roof, max def Shenandoah. Okay? And it's late, so it's your turn, please. Oh, that's it. Oh, yeah, we have minutes. Material permitted, not part of the project under MBAR review. That was a long time ago. Current exterior paint too bright. Items tabulated to be reconsidered. Applicant return of the proposal to repaint the dwelling, all of which has happened since that time. Okay,
John Tyne, how do you do?
fine.
Good, nice to see you. I wanted to just make sure, you mentioned a comment letter, and I want to make sure you received our response to that as well.
We did.
Great. So we're going to let the owner present the project, Mr. Seabird. And then if you have questions about the comment, Mr. Kohler, I am sure would make ourselves available.
Okay.
So I'm Richard Seibert, and it's the same project that that you may recall from before. We had there were some color changes to the house that we've agreed to. There's the standing seam metal roof that we've agreed to remove, and it's the same project. We have 5 new windows and a pair of French doors, and that's kind of what we'd like to move along with.
Just, yeah, let's see the. Okay. Stacy, you have not seen this, but you've not seen it at the board. Have you seen it at the board?
Yes.
Okay. And Robert, you've seen it at the board?
Yeah, I've seen
Okay.
it on the site.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead.
So to refresh your memory on it, from the front elevation, you can see architecturally, there's not really any significant architectural changes. There is a window that's to the right of the entry door on the right side. That's to be filled in. And then there is an awkward angled window on the left side. That's my son's bedroom window, and we're changing that out to meet egress. And we feel like that's that portion of the house was remodeled. And so there's some awkward angled windows that are not of the Moody Sisters styling. If you move down to the next slide, I don't know if you have any questions on this. There's not visibly, there's not very many changes. David has a picture of what it actually looks like physically from the street. You might have that archived. But the changes that we made from the street are really minimal on the eastern side of the house. The door that we proposed, there's a pair of French doors. Those are to go into a already remodeled area of the house. Those French doors are, we came down to a 7-foot. The plate height was increased in that area to accommodate the taller doors. Oh yeah, and that's also to meet egress. And there's no other way out of to the backyard, so that's the reason for the French doors. Right now, you have a fixed pair of fixed windows. They're not fixed. They're just not easily. You can't. They just don't. They're not. It's difficult to get to the backyard. It just doesn't make any sense currently. So I don't know what else to say. There's basically on the 3 sides of the house, there's been additions onto this Moody Sister gabled original structure. And we were just trying to take a 1-bedroom house and make it a 2-bedroom house. And that's kind of the extent of what we're proposing.
Very good, thank you. Questions, Dave, please. Bill, please.
The, are the windows and doors in already or not?
Um,
The new ones?
new windows have not been installed yet.
And did you consider doing divided lights in them, kind of like would be more conducive to the Moody Sister style, you think?
Yeah, that's part of the consideration is that they're all divided lights to.
Okay,
that
I
are
can't-
Similar to, it's come up a couple times in the historic.
Yeah, I can't see, it looks like they're just single lights.
They're not, they're all divided.
They are divided, okay. And then the last question is, the light fixture you have selected there, did you look at maybe a night sky lantern that was maybe more Moody Sisters kind of, because that's very contemporary light.
It's an excellent point. That's the first time that that's been brought up.
You haven't ordered those yet, have you?
I haven't ordered them, and I brought pictures of another option, which is like another light that's more of a square light, but yeah, so we're.
Maybe more of a lanterny kind of.
Mhm.
Okay, that's all, thanks.
Rob,
You know, the first time I saw this project, that window on the north elevation looks too big for the space, but then actually when you change the paint color, it kind of fits better, doesn't it? So I just thought that was interesting. So, any landscaping?
No landscaping, and that large window is not to be changed out.
No, I know. I just thought it was interesting that by changing the color,
Yeah.
the window looked too big with the blue, it now feels better. So
Point.
anyways, thank you.
Robert,
No questions.
Stacy.
No questions.
Okay, so who's online?
Mr. Babbitt and Mr. Cole.
So, gentlemen, online, we can read your letters, or we can hear from you. Which would you prefer?
Yeah, just hear from me, but I can do it pretty quickly.
Okay, 3 minutes, let's go.
I'm just here to answer any questions that you might have and to respond to any thing that the applicant might say or clarify any comments that he might have. So that's the extent of my comments. You can have your 2 minutes back. You guys have put in a long day.
And Bill, is it Bill Babbitt? Do you have a comments, please?
No, I defer to Joe.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. Back to the board. This has gone through many reviews. Actually, I have one question. What you're showing us is identical to what was approved at the planning commission.
Correct.
Okay, very good, excellent. Comments? You are on for what? You are on for final. Okay? Dave? Bill?
I would just make the comment to make sure your windows and doors have divided lights and find a lantern that maybe could be run by the planner that's a little more like a Moody Sisters cottage style, not the contemporary one.
Okay.
That's it. Otherwise, looks good.
Rob?
I'm fine with it. Nice to agree with Bill.
Robert?
I just want to say thank you for working with all the neighbors and working with us. I think this has been a very unfortunate process for everybody involved, and you know, let's just get it done.
Thank you, Robert.
Stacy?
No comments.
And I have no comments. I will move for final approval with the applicant to revise the light fixture shown on sheet A8 to be more consistent with the Moody Sisters in consultation with the planner, or with the planner in consultation with Bill Wolf. Is there a second,
I'll
please?
second that.
You don't speak up in this room.
I knew I should be biting my tongue.
Is there a second, please?
I did. I
Okay.
seconded that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Good luck with everything, and motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
This meeting of August 8th.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly.